hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truth that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truth that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. cosmic indifference, and through despair we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding.
Hello everybody and welcome to number 6 of the Finding Gnosis show. Today, as was the pre-made plan, we will be talking about love and selfishness, loosely around those two parts of being a human being, or two parts of human experience. Can we truly love without expectations? Just how much pain and suffering can you take in a relationship? Just how much expectation do you have on the other person? Does love exist? Or is it just a biochemical delusion that causes us to feel this way and that, ecstatically happy perhaps? Perhaps even suicidal at times. Global is here. Welcome. Global says love is a 4-letter word. And let's see who else is here. Mike Donegan is already here. Welcome, Mike Donegan. Nice to have you with us. And let's just have a look here and see who is going to come on here and have a little conversation with us to get the show going, because that's what it's all about. Just other people talking, not me, because I'm also learning, I'm learning from you guys. So Global says that their expectations in regard to love is that nothing will turn out as planned. Yeah, well, it's the journey, not the destination, as they say, Global. So hopefully, Global, you can come on here, and Mike Donegan, if you're able to come on here, please do. But no pressure. It is good to interact in the comments. I tell you, I'm going to invite a few people, see if they'll come on. But this was a surprise announcement. I didn't schedule this much beforehand, so we'll see who comes. It's always a nice surprise. It's always a nice surprise when people turn up. It's just about finding the right time, really, isn't it? When to do the stream. It's an ongoing journey trying to find out what is a good time for everybody in this global village that we're in online. But if you just bear with me, I will message some peeps and see if they're around. Should have done it already. We'll try better next time. And all that. So, yeah. Let's try. Who is there? If you're there, please do say hello. In the chat at least. Un momento, s'il vous plaît. meditate to the music if you want to. Welcome to anybody who's just arrived. I'm just waiting for people to join in and click on the link to get the show going. It is about love, L-O-V-E, or as Global says, just another 4-letter word. A bit harsh. We'll see. If you've just arrived, the link is there for you. Otherwise, meditate and enjoy this ambient background music for your listening pleasure. If you are here and you are willing, please share the stream to wherever you can so that we might find people to join us. Maybe on your Facebook, your Reddit, your Discord, your Facebook community post, your WhatsApp, your Instagram, TikTok, whatever. It would be much appreciated. Okay. Well, this is awkward. Wow, we have an arrival. Un momento, gracias, persevore, bedankt. I'm just going to try and tone down this music for you, Chickpea. There we go. Welcome, Chickpea.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Now, what I can also hear is an echo.
Oh, I can't help that because I've only got a very cheap Chromebook.
No problem, Chickpea. I'll tell you what we'll do then, right, if it's alright with you. I'll mute you when I'm talking. When I stop talking, I'll unmute you so that we don't hear my annoying voice twice, alright?
Now, I've never done this before. I've never done this before, okay? It's the first time in my life.
Okay, so you're a live stream virgin.
Yes.
We can sacrifice a virgin live on the internet here tonight.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Alright, fair enough. Sorry, what did you say?
So, do you like, isn't Chickpea beautiful? She's one of my cats.
Oh, is that the name of the cat? Lovely, yes.
Yes, Chickpea.
And I eat a lot of chickpeas as well.
Sorry?
I eat a lot of chickpeas.
Yes, good. So you should. I do like my chickpeas. Yes, good.
Chickpeas and rice is a complete protein.
Yes, yeah, I eat loads of it. Loads of chickpeas.
All right, Chickpea. One moment, I'm going to mute you for a second.
Okay.
So we have our first person to come on here. Thank you very much, Chickpea. Congratulations for being numero uno on the show tonight. And we are going to talk about love. What is love? and what it is and what it does to a person. Is it good? Is it bad? The types of love, perhaps. But can we love truly without being selfish? Is one of the things to be thinking about. But I've got a list of questions here that I'll just kind of like fire out. Well, I say at random, but what I'll do is I'm going to go through all of them with Chickpea, for seeing as she's the only person here. But we'll go through them and we'll see where it gets to. So the first one we have is what does love mean to you personally? And that question is for, you guessed it, Chickpea.
Hi. Hello? Hi.
You are
hear me laughing.
unmuted.
I can hear myself. I can hear myself on here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're unmuted. So what does love mean to you personally, Chickpea?
Oh, I can't help that because I've only got a very cheap Chromebook.
No problem, Chickpea. I'll tell you what we'll do, right? If it's alright with you. I'll mute you when I'm talking.
Right, I've just muted Chickpea because Chickpea has gone back to the past. Somehow she's developed a time machine and she's like playing our conversation from about 2 minutes ago. But when Chickpea does come back to February the 2nd, isn't it? February 3rd, sorry, 18 minutes to 10 at night. Well, we'll hopefully restart the conversation. But Chickpea, hopefully you're with us. And if you are, what does love mean to you personally? That is the question. And I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi. Are you still there? See, I don't know how to do.
I've asked the question, what does love mean to you personally, Chickpea?
Well, when I was young, I used to fall in and out of love constantly. It was constant. But I've never been really in love ever, apart from with my cats. But it's all hormonal anyway. Hello?
That sounds a bit bleak.
Yeah, well, it's all hormonal, love. I'm going to tell you something now. You're not going to believe this, okay? But it's actually happened to me. When I was in my late 30s, I had what's called a radical hysterectomy. You know what that is?
You had them taken out, right?
Yeah, you have everything taken away in the same way a cat does, like cat's a spade. And you know what's the best thing that ever happened to me? Because all my nonsense of chasing men here, there and everywhere, because I was terrible for it, it all just went away, and I was finally free from it all.
That's very
And that's the truth.
So, do people who have that take estrogen?
Sorry?
Are you advised hormonal supplements? Do you have to take estrogen after you get your...
Oh, God, no, I didn't want to. No, I opted not to because I opted not to take estrogen. I was in the hospital and they started giving it to me, and I was sitting there after this horrible operation, and they gave me these hormone pills, and I found myself feeling randy whilst I was still recovering from major surgery. That's what hormone pills do to you. And I took it for 2 days, and I thought, no, I'm not doing this. And I've been hormone free all these years, just like a cat. It's true.
That's fascinating, and I'm so happy that it's worked out okay for you and you feel good about it.
Yeah, it's the best thing ever happened to me. It truly is, because I never wanted children, so, I only looked for men who were the same as me. And I used to go looking for something that I didn't really want, because we are designed to go out looking for sex to get pregnant. And it's sad, brutal reality.
Right.
And it is.
So
that's what I found.
You love your cats. What does that love mean to you then? What does love mean to you now?
Well, what does love mean to me? I love my cats more than anything in the world. They are everything. And I have loved men. I loved a boss once, but I loved him as somebody. I adored him, and but the whole sexual love, it just dies off after about 6 months. It just used to die off for me. So to me, love is more respect. Someone you can respect and look up to. And that is very, very hard to maintain in a relationship, in my opinion.
Well, it's hard to have everything, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
especially when you've got the hormonal element as well. It's hard to keep
Yes.
it all together.
Yes, but being hormone free is fabulous. It truly is. I know people think I'm absolutely insane saying this, but just like a female cat or a male cat, I'm far more happy and settled. It's easier to meet all my needs because I don't have that need anymore, and I'm free from it all.
Well, I imagine one of the celebrations you had is to no longer need, my pads to absorb things. Let's just say that.
Sorry?
You no longer have periods.
No, oh God, no. Yes, exactly. You know what? If I got op when I was 12, little girl when I was 12 years old, had the op then, my whole life would have turned out differently, and it would have done. Because when I was 14, the nonsense all started, and I started looking for boys and all the other nonsense. So all my time was taken up with that. Instead of learning properly, I would have probably been a barrister as opposed to a secretary. And the sex drive is an absolute pain, in my opinion.
I would have a tendency to agree with you, and I do think about that sometimes, especially as a youngster. How much of my time was just consumed with chasing, skirts,
Yes.
basically. And one was never enough, unfortunately. And it did really take away so much of my thoughts about anything else. To my detriment, and to society's detriment, because
Yes.
I probably wasn't the best person to be chasing skirts anyway. So, I mean, I probably would have been better off not being in a lot of women's lives at the time,
Well, I don't. Yeah. I don't look at it like that, I mean, I'm sure these men I went chasing. I mean, I enjoyed myself, but I would have been, probably a lot of unhappiness too, because I used to fall for them and they would finish and something else would happen. But being free from it, it's like you haven't got to feel that need anymore. That need is always there. It's always there till the day you die, especially if you're a man, isn't it?
Yes. Although they do say for some of us, our testosterone drops, as we get over 40 and stuff.
Yeah.
I've had friends who I have a friend in his 80s who is still a horny bugger,
Ooh.
and still trying to get laid. Unfortunately,
Yeah, precisely. And it brings a lot of misery, this whole sex drive thing, if you can't feel it properly. And it does, in my opinion.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I think
It's a very big problem. The unmet needs,
Yes.
Sexual need is a need,
yes,
and unfortunately, people do want what they don't have, and
yes,
even when the problem is, be careful what you wish for, because
yes,
sometimes you would be better off just wanking off into a sock than actually having a relationship in the long run, because
yes, and I don't have to do that either.
you don't have to do that either. Lucky you.
It's all gone.
It's all gone. Yeah.
Everything's gone, and I tell you something, I wish I could have had it when I was 12. And I really wish it, because at the end of the day, sex is grossly overrated. It is. I don't care anyone has to say on the subject. I mean, I tried enough of them, because I've never been married, well, for a couple of months. And I've tried out quite a lot of men. I don't profess to be a paragon of virtue. And quite frankly, it's an grossly overrated subject, in my opinion.
Right.
And it really is an
Have you ever tried
overrated
sex on
subject.
Drugs?
Sorry?
Have you ever had drugs to boost your sexual experience?
No. But I've used alcohol. And, it's a grossly overrated experience, in my opinion. And
Right.
yes.
I would agree that it is, a lot of the time it is. It's just, it is just like anything. It's just you have a need and you're just trying to get it out of the way, But sometimes I think if two people are in the right mood, and it can be very good. But I would agree that I think most of our sexual experience are probably overrated, unless
Yes.
and it looks like people are into it, but a lot of them aren't, I'd say as well.
Yeah. I think a lot people fool themselves.
I often wonder. I remember I had an ex-girlfriend for about 5 years, and you know, when we were together at first, she was very much into it, and then obviously at the end, she started getting emotionally intelligent, and
Yes.
I was annoying to her, you know, because I wasn't
Yes.
as emotionally developed or whatever. Or she was
Yes.
just figuring out that I was an arsehole, and I probably was at the time.
Yes.
And you know,
She just got bored.
She started
She
getting a
just
lot of
got
headaches.
and she got bored with you.
Oh, that as well, obviously, yeah. You know, I wasn't quite good enough, basically, to fulfill her fantasy of living happily ever after. You know what I mean? And
No, she was.
that's the truth of it. You know, I wasn't. I didn't fulfill the fantasy that she first thought was possible with me when she met me. You know, and
Yes.
whereas for me, it was just, I'm being honest, it was just, at the beginning, it was just tits and ass, and,
Yes.
you know, nice, long, dark hair and dark eyes, and, you know, it was just an objectification, I'm sorry.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
And it was an objectification at first instance, and then after
Yes.
that, it was, oh, there's a person as well that I have to get to know. And, oh, lucky for me, they're nice, so I can keep getting my end away.
Yes.
Yes,
I know.
You know, I like to think I've developed since those days.
Well, I never did. For me, it was just about romantic sex. That's all I looked for, because I didn't want a husband. I could look after myself. I just wanted nice orgasmic sex. That's all I was looking for, with a good-looking man. I didn't want anything else. That's all I wanted, and it was very. I didn't really find it.
So can I? You don't have to answer this question. You said you don't have any desires anymore, but
No.
You still, if you wanted to, you could get off, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I haven't tried. I haven't even tried. It's been. I haven't thought about sex for 30 years, literally. Thankfully, and I'm glad. Yes, it's been.
I just want to say hello to Globals here. Brother Marcus is here again. Great to see you guys. Split your brains from head as like a little. Sorry, I think it's a load of doggies running along the screen. That's nice. And I'm echoing because of Chickpea. Sorry, I'm going to mute her now. So there you go. Chickpea is new here. She hasn't figured out how to mute, so don't be too harsh on her. Okay. We got Against Life 1000, who I believe is Antinatalist Witch, I believe. I think that was her user channel name. Great to have you here. It'd be lovely to have her on here. Another feminine perspective in what is usually a sausage fest. Let's be real. This channel is usually a sausage fest. We've only ever got Savina here, and Savina is fed up of being encircled by the males that frequent this channel, and I don't blame her. But finding Global says finding Gnosis, brother. Do you know? Oh, yeah, we know. We've tried to figure that out. And Savina is saying the same thing. Guys, if any of you want to come on here, please do. It's all about love and whatever that is. So we're talking about that. And luckily for us, we have Chickpea here. We have Seb. I'm going to move on to Seb now. Okay, so Seb, if you're there, welcome. Seb is a regular here. And we can ask Seb now, I suppose, the important question. What does love mean to you personally, Seb?
So what love means to me personally,
Yeah.
love is proportional to the utility one can provide, or the utility someone else can provide for the other person. One tends to love what gives utility, and one can love a car mechanic for their skill. One can love like an animal for it not being like dangerous. So this love thing, it all depends. It all like depends on the utility of the person or being, and that's it really. And then it and when that happens, it induces some sort of emotional response.
Okay, and what is that emotional response generally? Have you been in love, Seb? I've never.
No.
I mean, sorry.
No.
Never. Have you come close to it even?
No.
No. Okay, and why do you think that is?
biology.
That's a good answer. So you reckon you just weren't set up to get that overly excited about one person? Is that right?
I guess so.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, you hear things about love. You hear that the kind of addiction of it, the four lasts around 4 years. They do say that. The kind of intense addiction, and it's like it lasts 4 years. And why is that? Well, I suppose that's enough time to have a kid and look after it in its most fragile years. You know, when it is a baby and a toddler, and then you know you can move on to another
Yeah.
one. But it's from the intensity perspective, I think there is definitely something to be said for the initial period being very intense, and then after that, it does dissipate into a kind of emotional, intellectual, even bond that isn't so physical, I suppose, physically intense. You know, not that you can't still be attracted to each other and enjoy each other physically, but that's not kind of at the forefront. That's not the be all and end all. But I don't know. What would I know? I mean, I'm in a relationship, but I'm not very good at them in general. I don't get as excited about them as I used to, even though I'm in one. I think I'm a difficult person to have a relationship with because I think I am kind of anhedonic as well a lot of the time, which can be annoying for people. But it is what it is, I think I'd rather be anhedonic about life than overly enthusiastic, considering how dangerous life is, and considering that being overly enthusiastic can lead you to do things impulsively, etc. As I have been like in the past, without really thinking to too deeper degree about my actions. But as I've got older, I've become more and more, I suppose, anhedonic. But it seems, Seb, you've been kind of anhedonic from a young age, then, on the matter of love, anyway.
Yes, but the whole anedonia thing, one can solve it. One can solve it as easily as taking or at least I have the cure for that stuff. That's easy to solve. But I won't get into this now.
Okay, Seb. Well, you can if you want. I mean, it'd be good to
Nah,
hear a
I
cure
have
quickly.
cure, but to communicate it would be very difficult.
Okay, brother. Well, as I said, feel free to leave a link below if you feel it would help anybody. Guys who are watching, there's about 12 watching now. So please feel very welcome to come on here and talk about whatever it is you feel is important regarding the aforementioned and topic of love. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. Have you ever, Chickpea? I suppose this is a good question for you, actually. Okay, as a female, have you ever felt burdened by someone else's affection for you, or even love for you? Has anyone ever been
Uh,
in love with you, Chickpea? This is for Chickpea now.
oh
Has
yeah,
anyone
sorry.
ever been in love with you, Chickpea? Do you think?
Yes. Oh yes, yes. My ex-husband loved me. He really did. I mean, when we split, I broke his heart, but I didn't want children, and I'm a radical vegan, and yeah, I've hurt quite a few guys in my time, unfortunately, because I didn't want children. In a way, I could just walk away. I don't know. I think the sex drive and the desire to breed are very heavily connected. If you get what I mean. I don't have that drive. Oh yes, I've hurt men. And they've hurt.
Sorry, I missed you there. You said they hurt you as well?
What? Have I hurt men?
No, you said you've hurt men. I think you said they've hurt you as well, right?
Of course they have. Yes, of course. Oh, good Lord, yes, I've been hurt.
I'm sorry to hear
Yes.
that.
When you first meet someone and then they use you and then ditch you, but that's life, isn't it? I did the same to them, used them and dumped them. I was very, very bit naughty. I don't look back on it all. bit of a wild child, but yeah. But I still think the sex drive, I think one is better off not having it. And I really, really think it. Because all said and done, taking everything into account, it's more effort than it's worth. And it's very, very hard to fill it in a way that you want it to be filled. Very, very difficult, I found. Because most men aren't that great when it comes to sex. God, I shouldn't be talking like this.
What do you think matters most in sex then, Chickpea?
Gosh, well, most men aren't very good at it. To be honest, they aren't. They're not. I can't believe I'm saying all these things in public. Most men are. It's all rather. I've actually had men. I was laying there thinking, come on, are you getting this is so boring. Get it over and done with. That I've actually experienced those thoughts.
Right. I like as a lady. I imagine that's quite annoying. Is it disturbing even?
Yes. I think I may be a bit of a extreme case. I think I probably am very extreme.
Well, I don't know about that, Chickpea. You've already got a fan in Savina here. She's saying, "Tell it, Chickpea." She's on your side here. So obviously she's been coitally disappointed as well. So here we go.
I tell you something. Us ladies, okay, we are led to believe via the media and via books and by this that love and sex is all absolutely super duper. Well, I have met a couple of guys who were quite good at it, but most aren't. And I tried out quite a lot. I was no paragon of virtue, I don't admit to be. I was sick, I wasn't. But most of them, it was, a couple of drinks. I suppose you just go do stupid things and stupid. But I do believe that love, most romantic love, is just a form of madness invented by nature to make sure that we breed. And I truly believe that. And I think that's probably why...
Are you at all spiritual or anything like that? Because some people imbue spirituality into love. That is somehow a kind of meeting of soulmates, some kind of twin flame that as I said, has a spiritual significance. Have you ever thought like that yourself?
Not myself, no, but lucky them. Very lucky if they find that. I never found it. Ever. I've never had that. No. In fact, I think to a certain extent, sex destroys it. I think if you start having sex with a man who you look up to and respect, which is what I was always looking for, and then you start having sex with them, it actually destroys it. Because familiarity breeds contempt, and it does. I don't care what anyone says.
It's interesting you say that, because I've heard that women fall in love with men who are familiar to them.
But are they really that much in love? I mean, I don't be funny, says Stu, but I've looked at some of my married friends, and I've had married friends say to me they regret having had their children, and they regret having married their husband, but they stay because they don't. They've got children, they've got the house, they've got this, they've got that. But yes, you're talking to a horrible little cynic here. Yes, unfortunately. I do think some people find it, obviously they must, because, everything happens, but, well, I personally found the whole sex thing quite boring, mostly, and that's what I found.
Okay, mute me for 1 second. So going back to the question then, Chickpea, sorry to push you on it. Have you ever felt burdened by someone's love? So has anyone's love towards you ever, kind of been a problem for you?
No. Well, my ex-husband, I felt very guilty because I finished it. I finished most of my relationships. No, because it's all to do with the respect thing, I think. As soon as I start to lose respect for a man, any love that I did have is destroyed. Yeah, I have to respect a man in order to love him. It's respect.
That's interesting. And do you think that's the case for all women, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think so, because the way I see some women speak to their husband, I don't think they respect them very much. I like to be with a man who I look up to, I respect, and I want to cook his dinner for him, and I want to look after him and respect him. And once that goes, the love goes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How do you feel though that that's what you want, and you've already admitted that love is hormonal? How do you feel you have these desires to cook for a man and take care of him? Like, even if you do respect him, how do you feel that you have those desires? Even if, as I said, even if you do respect him, how do you feel that nature has imbued you with desires to cook and care for a man, even if you respect him?
Yeah. Well, I just like good-looking men. I can reach clever men. I go for good-looking, clever men. He has to be very clever, nice-looking, and I just find him incredibly attractive. And most men aren't. Most men aren't good-looking or clever.
Well, they do say, I would have a tendency to agree that we are, me included, we're not the best, and but for the most part, and I would say it's like nature. There's probably only a small percentage that are up to scratch, biologically speaking. Whether that's nice to say or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just because they're up to scratch biologically speaking doesn't mean they're up to scratch mentally or intellectually. So it's a huge problem.
Oh, that's one thing. Actually, as you just said something interesting there, because you know I'm an antinatalist. I'm not an antinatalist insofar as the top 5% are concerned.
Wow.
I'm talking about the top 5% of the population. I'm not in the 5%, and I'm not. No, unlucky for me, I'm not in that top 5%. But, I can well believe that that lady that's married the Duke of Westminster is going to have lots of babies because, she's married in that top little knot, and good for her. But I think when I look around me at the average living thing of ordinary working people, even the middle class, I think to myself, why do you want to even bring another child into this bloody mess? So I only think antinatalism is for the bottom 95%. And I am a member of that 95%.
Is that not like eugenics in some way?
Yes, I suppose it is. Yes, I suppose it is. Yes, you're right.
But I mean, the problem with that is they're built on the rest of humanity.
Sorry?
The well-being of that small percentage is built on the others.
Yes, I know. I know, but that's life, isn't it? But that's life. That's brutal life. Life is brutal.
Okay. So, no, I would agree with you. Life is pretty damn brutal.
Yes. Unless, of course, you're in the top 5%. Then it's very nice.
Right.
I'm sure Johnny Depp's having a ball. Pardon?
I don't know. He looked pretty stressed in that whatever his Amber, whatever her name is, trial, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's just, but I can see why the top 5% want to breed. That makes perfect sense to me. I don't know why the rest of us do it. Huh?
So how does love change as you grow older or gain life experiences then, Chickpea?
How does it change? Yeah, I've never thought of that because I haven't felt love for 30 years. I had my op over 30 years ago, and I haven't so much bothered with man in all that time. So I don't even know. I sometimes look at a guy, but that's as far as I take it. Yeah, it's all gone. The op did it. The op finished all that for me completely. That's what I'm saying about love. It's chemical. I don't have those hormones, so the love doesn't come into it.
Okay. I'm muting you now because there's echo problems. As I said, Chickpea hasn't. She's new here, so she is still learning how to use the software, and she hasn't figured out how to mute herself yet. But yeah, if there's anybody else here on the who is watching and would like to join in the conversation, please do. We are talking about the 4-letter word. that monster that looms over us all sometimes in our life, or maybe not. I mean, Seb says he's never been in love, never has experienced it. Lucky him. And yeah, we're talking about love, how it makes you feel,
Why
whether it's good or bad. Sorry, Seb, go ahead.
why was I removed? What happened?
I didn't remove you. It said device disconnected. I don't know. It was your end. Yeah. I suppose, Seb, we can ask you. I mean, I'll go back a bit and I'll ask you. See, you haven't experienced romantic love, but I mean, there's different types of love: romantic, platonic, familial.
Uh,
You've experienced those kinds of love, right? So you might not have experienced romantic love for a woman, but have you experienced the love of friendship or the love of family?
yeah, but it's kind of useless to think too much about these things. I think I don't know if I like the topic too much, but I
Okay.
guess I try to force myself to
Well, thank
talk
you
about.
for that.
Huh?
Thank you for that. Do you know the love of friendship and the love of family? What do you think the difference in those types of love is?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think there's a difference in the type of love and the expectations from them?
Uh, yeah, yeah, I guess.
And can you expand on that?
Well, I guess when it comes to family, it doesn't necessarily entail any sort of expectation one might be in a family. No one has any sort of expectations for for uh, for the person. I guess even friends might also have very little expectations too. But I guess generally, if if one is in a family with someone and one fails, they are going to take it much more personally than a friend. I guess if one screws up one's whole life and one turns into a douchebag, I guess even a friend won't really take it as personal as some kind of family member. I guess like a parent or a sibling will see it as some sort of great shame if one became the great shame of the country or
That's
the
interesting.
city or whatever ideology. But a
Okay.
friend wouldn't care too much about that stuff to that extent that it would bring upon shame upon them as much.
Global says Global says a rejection of your family of origin is a growth. It's a good thing to go through.
Uh,
Go ahead, Seb.
um, yeah, but yeah, if there's different, yeah, there are some things where there are similarities in the expectations there is in families and also in friendships. But there is also many different friendships and many different families too.
Okay. Right, we'll go
It's
back to
sort of
Chickpea then.
practiced together.
Fair enough.
So,
I'm gonna unmute Chickpea in a second. Chickpea, I'll tell you when I'm unmuting you. Chickpea, do you think the different types of love, romantic, platonic, familial, maybe the love of animals, in your case, the love of your cat, do you think they come with different expectations from your side and from the being or person receiving the love?
Eek, that's a difficult one. I don't know.
Nobody said it was going to be easy.
I've always loved cats. My first love was for a cat. My first memory of I love animals, all animals. I think romantic love is purely hormonal, and I truly, truly believe it. Because the rest, love for friends, love for parents, that's something else again, isn't it? But the
Yeah, but I'm
romantic love,
talking about the expectations from the love. What do you think they're different?
gosh,
You could start with what are the expectations from the different types of love.
I've never thought about it.
Well, you are now.
I don't. It's as far as I don't expect anything from my cats in return. I love them. I don't expect anything back. Friends, and I do get very fond of my female friends. I expect them to reciprocate, to love me back, stand for, behind me. I don't know. I really don't. A parental love, oh good Lord. Parental love. I don't know.
Why don't you meditate on it for 20 seconds and we'll see what you come up with.
Thing is, with parental love, we have to love them because we have to love our parents because we're babies. And that's always there. That never goes away. Does it?
No, it's a form of addiction, is it?
Sorry?
Is it like a kind of addiction, a compulsion?
I don't know. I've never. I don't know. That's a difficult question.
I mean, talk about the love for your parents. Did you love your parents? Do you still love them, etc.?
No. And I hate to say that. It's a terrible thing. No, I am come from a very, very bad background. And no, there's no love for my mother, my father, or my stepfather. There's none there at all. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Dreadful. And I think that's probably why I am the way I am about babies and love and everything. I've become so cynical. So no, I don't love my parents. And I don't. I'm indifferent. I've had therapy and I'm indifferent. But there was a time when I was full of hatred. And I actually landed up having to have therapy to get rid of that hatred.
Wow. And what age did that first manifest this hatred?
When I went to see the hypnotherapist, remember seeing about a hypnotherapist I went to see when I was mid-30s, back in the 80s, back in the city. And I went to see a hypnotherapist and I'd actually blocked everything out. Completely blocked my whole childhood out. And this hypnotherapist retrieved it all. And it all came back to me. And I'd actually rewritten everything. That's very common apparently. This isn't unusual that people do this when they've been abused as children. And the hatred that spouted out of me was just overwhelming. And then I had to have therapy to bring indifference in. I mean, I was, it just made me indifferent. Yes, it was interesting. That was an interesting visit to the hypnotherapist. Very, very interesting. Yes. The hypnotherapist. Yeah. Yes. I'm going to see one in the spring to different subject.
Okay. Well, it is interesting to hear your experience, and I'm sorry to hear about the family experience. What has your evolving kind of awareness of parenting and what parents should do, what parents shouldn't do? What has it given you in terms of an outlook where you now have an expectation of what should be the case for example, the love of a parent for a child or the love of a child for a parent? Do you have any kind of views ideally what it should entail?
Well, I think that being, gosh, good Lord, I think it's probably the hardest job in the world, and I think people, women in particular, devote very, very little time to it. It's the most important job in the world. There's nothing more important than how you look after your children. And, I think, and if you mess it up, that lives with that person till the day they die, because our lives are stored in those first 7 years of life. And what happens in those first 7 years of life lives with you for the next 70 years of life. So it's so very important that people breed quite randomly, not giving it a thought of what they're actually doing, and that they're bringing a human being into the world that they might not look after very well. I mean, where I live in East London, I see people breeding around me. Right, it's like I don't mind living in a flat where there's no space to play, but these children never ever go out to play. What sort of childhood is that? Hello?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's I think playing is a fundamentally important aspect of childhood for brain development, mobility development, and just your ability to engage with others and practice and develop your character. It's a very important part of life to learn from interacting with others at a young age, what people are about and how to, control your emotions, etc., and how to deal with disappointment, how to deal with bullies, all these different things. I mean, it's good to do it when you're very young, so that when it happens to you when you're a bit older, like in secondary school or in early adult life, you're kind of a little bit used to human nature, and you can maybe deal with it. And I think that's one of the problems of modern life. Children aren't put out there at a young age to mix with each other, and they don't have these kind of coping mechanisms. They're used to being at home and in a bed of roses or wrapped in cotton wool. And unfortunately, for all of us, the big bad world is often a horrible, horrible place. And if you are raised in cotton wool and you're not put out in the wild at a young age, it comes as a shock. It comes as a great shock and a terrible shock to you, I believe. What do you think about?
Yeah, well, it does. There's all the most. They're the most 7 years, the most important years of our lives, and most of us get such a bad time of it that we're ruined for life. And that's what I find so terrible about the whole life on this planet, because you are born, they can screw you up, and then you've got another 70 years of living to try and sort that mess out, and you can't sort it out because, of course, the real you's been destroyed, and it has been.
Can I ask a question? You don't have to answer it, but you said that this you hadn't thought things, you hadn't had memories until you went to your psychotherapy. How do you know they were real memories? And I'm sorry to put that on you, but I've heard of false memories and such. How do you know they weren't? How do you know these experiences actually happened, considering they'd never affected you before?
So what? Sorry, if I didn't hear the last couple of words.
I'm just saying.
False memories.
You just said that you went to therapy in later life, and these things started bubbling to the surface that you'd never thought about before. And I'm just wondering how you know they even happened. That's just a question.
Little bits of reality. You remember little slivers of it, and then the rest of the slivers you throw away. It's a weird thing. It's ever so strange. Yeah, you just block everything out. My brother's done the same, actually. I said to my brother recently, what do you remember? He said, I don't remember anything. Nothing. So, he's gone and done it too. But you remember slivers of stuff. I mean, like when I was 7 or 8 years old, an uncle gave me a present of a gold ring. And so I gave it to my mother to look after for me while I went in the sea. And she went and threw it in the sea because she was jealous of me getting a ring. I'd actually forgotten all that, but it all came back. No, they are. It's I don't think this. No, it's it all came so quickly. It just whooshed into me. All these memories, horrible memories. I wasn't sexually abused or anything. It wasn't like that. She was just a cruel mother. Nothing unusual. It's quite common. There's a lot on the internet.
Mind me asking what age she was? I mean, was it an age thing? Was she very young? When she had you, was she very young when she had you?
Well, 20. She had me very, very young. I don't know what she thought she was doing, because she was very, very clever female, very academic, and then she met this sailor boy and had his baby, me. I don't know what she was thinking of. And then that wasn't enough for her. She then went out a few later and got herself a little squaddy in the British Army and had my brother with him, another mess. Yeah, it's an absolutely sort of shambles. That's a shambles. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, it's not that unusual, actually. It's not actually actually that unusual, which is probably why the world is just a dreadful mess. Because the end of the day is what we see in the world is just a reflection of what's going on in the home. It just vibrates out.
But I think there's feedback loops between society and the home. It's not all the home.
Sorry?
I think there's. I'm just muting you for a second. I think it's not all the home. It's not. It's too easy to blame just parents. I think it's society as a whole. I think it's the world as a whole. There's like feedback loops between the home and society and the home, and everything is shaping everything. And the problem is that I don't think enough people are self-aware, and they're not recognizing problems. They're just going with the flow, if you know what I mean. And I think that you should be self-aware. You should try and build up your own self-awareness so you're able to feel and think about what is happening, and try and at least put some effort into it in terms of thinking and trying to find out what is good and bad for you. And not enough people do that, and I think that's a huge problem for families as well, because not enough parents are clued up to what is important for them and what is important for well-being, etc. And they don't ask themselves, I would say, deep questions very much. They're too consumed by basic needs. Just trying to survive. And I suppose it's not really their fault. That's the society we live in. It's the rat race.
Yes. I don't know what's going on with these people. I'm amazed by it all. And it just staggers me, because I think by having a child, you are taking on a huge responsibility. It is enormous. And they do it so carelessly, as if it's just, like buying a dog or something. Whereas to me, you can't do anything more profound than give birth. Nothing. It's the most profound thing you could ever do.
Okay. So Chickpea, Global says a child loves unconditionally. A parent manipulates the power struggle. Do you think your parents manipulated you? I mean, that's a very cynical view there, Global, of parents in general. But I know, Chickpea, you said you had a bad experience, but you can either talk from your perspective or in general. Do you think it's that bad? Like parents are manipulating the power struggle of matters where they know a child loves them unconditionally and they take advantage of that somehow? I don't think it's as dark as that for the most part, Global. But in fact, Global, I'd like you to elaborate on that. What do you actually mean? And if anybody else is there, please come on. Guys, we haven't had much feedback in the comments, so it would be good to see some more comments, and it would be good if some more people came on here and shared the conversation. Chickpea, what's one piece of advice you'd have for someone struggling with love and expectations around it?
I don't know, because unfortunately I look back on everything. Like I said, my life has been a lot easier since the hormones are taken away. It has been so much simpler. It's just a lot of my problems in life were down to hormones. I know that sounds insane, that could be like that, but it's true. Because my life, I've gone from one extreme to another. I've just totally calmed down about it all. I live my little life. I got my water, shelter, this, that, and my cats and whatever. And I'm just quite content with that. I don't feel this need to keep feeling this crazy need all the time. A need that has been invented by nature, in my opinion, to keep it all going. I've told you I'm an antinatalist. I personally think there's something. I think that this earth is some kind of sort of zoo or whatever, and our energies, etc., somebody's feeding off them, and we're just being recycled all the time. Blah blah blah. I really truly believe this. I've believed all this since I had the op, because all of a sudden it all went. All the nonsense, all the silly thoughts I used to have, looking for love and looking for love.
So you almost think love is a trick to keep the game going in a spiritual sense, recycling our consciousness in this existence?
Yes, 100%. Once you take the hormones away, it's like when eunuchs. Eunuchs don't go running after women anymore. Once you take the hormone production away, same with cats and dogs, all that nonsense goes. It just goes. Have you ever had a pet you've had done? Hello?
Yes.
Have you had a pet that you've had done?
Yes,
Had
and
them
they calm
spayed?
down a lot. Yes.
Yes, well, you see, they calm down a lot. You have a cat. If you don't get it spayed, you can guarantee that cat will get out. Probably will get pregnant, and will probably end up dead on some road somewhere with a couple of dead kittens next to her. Because that's what happens. Whereas if she's done, she just comes home every night. And I know so because I've been through it all. With my cats, you have to... I found a dead cat recently. Actually, I've been feeding this dead cat locally, and she was pregnant. And one afternoon I went out and I found her laying dead on the road with her kittens. If she'd been spayed, she wouldn't have been laying there.
Oh,
She wouldn't have been.
and the kittens were all dead.
Yeah, everything, they're all dead. And I'd be feeding her. Yeah. And if her owner had spayed her, she wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't. No, I'm sorry. I think the sex drive is it's something you can't really understand unless you actually experience it. In my opinion, you can't quite understand it because it does something. It just takes all that away in some crazy way. And people are horrified. And I tell them, I've had this up. Oh my goodness, you haven't, have you? Oh, you poor thing. God, the best thing ever happened to me. I'm telling the whole world, hello, I've had a hysterectomy.
Just 1 second, we'll go to Seb. Seb, do you have any advice for people or anybody out there who's struggling with love and expectations around it?
I guess the thing about advice is that people don't listen to it. So it defeats the purpose of telling it. I have no faith that people will take the advice.
Fair enough. Right. Well, I'd like to go back to Chickpea's experience then regarding love. And I know she's a very cynical lady now. But what about platonic love? What about the love of camaraderie and connection with other human beings that isn't romantic or sexual, Chickpea? You haven't really spoken about that. I mean, what about the love of friendship? The love for your fellow human? Do you experience that in your day-to-day life?
When I was young, I used to love my friends and I loved people. But as I've got older, and I see what us humans can do, etc., 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 I've become more and more cynical about us. I don't go around doing horrible things. In fact, I'm less likely to do horrible things than most people are. And but my love for the human race has died, and I think it's died because of my animal rights activist beliefs. I'm horrified by what we do, horrified, and it has destroyed that in me. Absolutely destroyed it. I never used to be like this. I remember when I was young crying over the Aberfan disasters and crying over things I'd read about, children in the papers and all this sort of thing, being murdered. And over the years, the more involved I've come with animal rights, the more that's been destroyed. So no, I don't love anyone anymore. I don't hurt people. I don't do horrible things. But the love is gone. I think I said it in the comment.
What about admiration?
Oh yes, I still admire people. I still admire. I still admire good-looking men. Of course, I still like men, but. Yeah, I prefer vegans. I'm not too. Sorry. Yeah, but the love for humanity en masse as a species has been destroyed. that's gone to me. It's all to do with what I know we do to the animal kingdom and the fact we don't seem to care, and we don't.
But
That's
not
the trouble.
everybody's like that. Do you admire those people or love those people?
Yeah, the few of us, there's only 1.5%. There's so few of us, and I meet us so rarely nowadays. I'm very fond of them, but don't get me wrong, I don't go around hating people. I'm indifferent. An indifference has come to me, and that's probably why I'm also, like David Benatar, I think we should go extinct. I include myself in extinction. I don't think myself I should be left living. I think I should go extinct too. All of us. Yeah, I'm not. Sorry? What we do to the animal...
We will go extinct, don't worry.
Yeah, we will go extinct, yes. But what we do to animals sickens me to the core, and I just find it yes, it has affected me. It's affected me deeply. And what we do to each other too, I mean...
You raised an interesting idea though. What about love of kind of abstract parts of reality, like love for nature, love for...
Oh yeah, I love trees and flowers. Oh okay. God, yeah, I kiss my pot plants. Hello?
I heard you.
Yeah, I kiss my pot plants. I've got lots of pot plants.
Okay.
Yeah, I kiss plants. I hug trees. If I see a snail on the pavement, I'll pick it up and put it on some grass. Yeah.
And what do you think of nature, seeing as you love nature, what do you think of the great feeding frenzy, the fact that animals are fighting against each other for your survival?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't go around comparing myself to a creature with an IQ of 15. Yes, I know animals do this, do that, do whatever, but God or something created it that way. You know, what animals do. I love all animals, and I don't like what I see, that they go around killing this and the other, but unfortunately, that is the way it's all been designed. But we should know better. And we should.
Say design. Do you genuinely believe there's some kind of design?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I do believe that this has been designed by somebody. Somebody has designed this and designed it to be the way it is. And in the way it's been designed so we live on the suffering of the animals for their flesh. And something somewhere is living on our suffering in our minds.
Almost like a loose thing, is it? A loose farm. There's something living off our...
Yeah, something's living off our energies. Yeah. That's right. Well, I know it is because I just know that.
And when did you first feel that way?
When I went to see the hypnotist, and I told you I went back to this blue dimension and I came into this one. And then I knew there was something else.
So you went into like an astral plane or something?
Yeah, but...
is it not just possible you went, the brain just started imagining things?
Well, the thing is, I remember it also vividly. This happened 35 years ago. If it was just a bit of a little fantasy or something, I wouldn't remember it so vividly. No, something definitely, something weird. I never used to believe in all this. It's not something I want to believe.
So,
it absolutely horrifies me.
There's an ultimate force out there. That's good. Like you say, this is created for to make us suffer. Something's living off our suffering. Do you believe there's something good out there above us? There's an almighty power that is good.
Yeah, ultimately, but something's happened, and we have either come here by choice or we come here through. You know, maybe it's going to the wrong light. Something happens, I think. I don't know, because none of us know that, but...
What do you think, though, there is an ultimate power that is loving? How on earth could it be this?
Yes, I know. I don't understand that either. And I don't understand. I don't...
But yet you believe in an ultimate power that is loving.
Well, good Lord, I don't, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping when I die that I just get oblivion, to be quite honest. I don't really want to find anything out anymore. But yeah, there's something very disturbing about our existence.
It is
Something
very bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, it's very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. And yes, there's something not quite right. Because I shouldn't be here anymore. When I was in my mid-20s, I nearly set my flat on fire. I was living in Germany, and I should have died in that fire. But believe it or not, I had a phone call from an unplugged phone telling me to get into the kitchen and sort it out. The phone was unplugged.
Wow.
So there's something weird happening, because I shouldn't even be here anymore.
Well, Chickpea, I am somebody who thinks there is something very strange about this reality. It's very bizarre, and it is quite terrifying.
Yeah, you think it too, yeah.
Goodness seems to exist. I know that people say goodness is merely some oil or lubricant for the bad, like it's just a way of keeping us going, keeping us here and breathing and stuff. But
Yes.
I think there is this innate goodness within us all. Whether people like to admit it or not, I know they can be very cynical, but I think there is a goodness in humans that can be drawn out. I mean, I've watched videos online of the most horrific serial killers, you know. When you see the interviews of them online, you can see even in their last moments, sometimes you can see that it's just a hurt toddler. You know?
Yes, I know. Well, of course, that's where it all starts. But
yeah,
that's where it all starts.
What I'm saying is you can see there's something there suffering, and in some ways it's like it's a child that's disappointed, you know?
Yes. I'm going to say,
something or someone that expected more from reality, but unfortunately their brain shows a bad path for them and for others.
Yeah. Can I say something now? I've got something to say about had the whole thing with the hypnotist. I actually landed up in hospital, in a Medway hospital in Kent, and there was about 20 of us there. All the problems everybody had all stemmed from childhood, and it was. I have heard it being said by psychiatrists that the only difference between somebody who ends up in a prison for killing or ends up in a psychiatric unit for trying to commit suicide is just a sequence of events. Of little events. Yes, I'm not saying for 1 minute that serial killers are evil. I know that sounds crazy. Something's happened to them to make them like that.
I think they do evil.
Yes, they do it. They do evil, but I don't think that they are inherently. Something's happened to them to make them that way. Because.
You're saying you don't think they're irredeemable.
Sorry? I'm not saying.
You're saying you don't think they're irredeemable.
Do I think they're irredeemable? Well, obviously they've done what they've done, and gosh, I've never thought about this before. When I was a child, I remember a lady throwing her baby over the balcony. Oh God, because they'd been screaming too much, and everybody said how evil she was, evil, whereas I didn't think she was evil. So I don't know.
I'm just muting you. Why didn't you think she was evil?
Because I understood what she did. I understood why she did it.
It was a mental illness.
Yeah, I understood that she'd had so much bloody screeching, everything else in, she killed her baby, and I can understand that. In the same way as I can understand that people murder. I can understand it. Fortunately. Well, I don't know if it's fortunate or not, I don't know.
Crimes of passion, unfortunately, can be understandable.
Yeah.
But not good.
No.
And not to be recommended.
No, obviously not.
No.
But you know...
I'm going to mute you now. Sorry, Chickpea.
That's okay.
Because there's an echo. Guys, anybody in the comments who's new, thank you for joining. And thank you to the frequenters of this channel as well. We've got Trey's Myths and Tunes. Welcome. Mike Dunnigan still here. Great to see you, Mike. And Divine Hazel. Trey's Myths and Tunes is saying some deep and thoughtful stuff in the comments. Please come on here, Trey's, and let us know what you're on about. particularly in reference to love, because this is all about love tonight. And it's kind of fitting because it is February, and that is the month of Valentine's Day. For those of you who feel romantically inclined and want to, get it on with your other long-term sufferer in this realm. Divine Hazel, come on here. But yeah, we've got Pastor D. Pastor D, welcome. The questions are related to love tonight. And I suppose we'll go back to basics, seeing as you've just arrived. We're trying to figure out what this love malarkey is all about. So, what does love mean to you personally, Pastor D?
It's to make the babies.
Can you repeat that for the people at the back of the class that are hard of hearing?
It's to make the babies.
Okay, and is it about that in all instances?
Yes, the Lord's design.
So is it good? Is it bad?
It's good. It makes the babies.
Okay. So that's good, right? And what about the different kinds of love, Pastor D? Obviously, there's romantic love, there's platonic love, there's that love for friends, there's love for your family. What about these different types of love? Do you think they come with different responsibilities, different effects on you as a person? Are some better than others? Would you like to give your verdict?
Let's see. Love to make the babies is evil. Love of friends is good as long as it's reciprocated. Love of family is usually unconditional, and it can be to varying degrees, but you're kind of stuck with them, so you try to make the best of it. And you mentioned a fourth type.
I think love, romantic love, family love, friendship love. I think that's more or less it.
Okay.
What about love for yourself? What about love for yourself? Is there such a thing?
I guess it's just accepting yourself and respecting yourself.
And how do you do that?
Recognizing your shortfalls and accepting them, and dealing with you as a person and what you're all about. And I heard on a podcast once, and I thought it was rather profound. The person said, depression comes from when the reality does not match your expectations. That can cause depression. I agree with that.
Yeah, but where do those expectations come from? Are they an innate?
Parents, society, friends, capitalism, commercials, TV, media, old media and social
Maybe
media.
a lack of self-awareness as well.
How do you mean?
A lack of being aware of what's important for you as an individual. Sometimes I think that leads to believing in that which is outside you. I think what's important is what is inside for you as an individual, and it's important to follow what is relative to your circumstances and what will improve your well-being. But most people aren't even on that path. They have no idea what's important for them. They haven't thought about it.
No, we're too busy on the rat wheel chasing the cheese.
Right. And that's an interesting way of putting it.
No, it really is. I mean, for most people, I remember going to school. I remember it being pretty easy until about second or third grade, and then they started tightening the screws. And then by the time it was sixth grade, it was you went to school for 7 hours a day, then you came home and did 2 or 3 hours of homework and your chores, and you just kept busy. You get on the program, and you don't usually have a lot of time for self-reflection. Yeah, it's different for different people, but I just talk to most people, and they are so unaware of. I mean, they just do it. They see other people do it. I mean, we don't really have an instruction manual for this thing called life, so we go back to tradition, and then once in a while tradition is challenged, like the 60s, challenge the traditions. And then there's a new paradigm that's slightly different. But no one knows what's going on here. They don't know what they're doing here. We're on a rat wheel doing the best we can, I think.
Very
But
well said. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I tend to be pessimistic. So take that for what it's worth too.
Right. Okay. So going back to the questions, this one here is interesting. Pastor D, can we ever love? Can we ever truly love without expecting something in return? Do you think that's possible?
I think you can be so enamored with a person, and this tends to happen when you're younger, but you're so infatuated with the person and have it's infatuation and total respect that you can love and lose yourself and not ask for anything in return other than that person's affection.
So
Does that make sense?
yeah, but do you not think there's a hope there that you will get something in return?
Well, I guess what something in return would be that person's affection. A reciprocity to some degree.
Right. Okay. Is selfishness always a bad thing in relationships? That's an interesting question. Pastor D.
No. Selfishness is bad if it becomes the point where your needs and your selfishness, I don't know how to say it plural, is the only thing in the relationship, and you drown out the other person's needs and wants. But we're all selfish.
Do you think
We're
there's
all
ways
selfish.
to tame that beast to make it somewhat beneficial, to others? How do you make the fact that we're all selfish? How do you make that beneficial in a loving relationship?
I guess communicate what you want and what your needs are and what you desire, and try to make it match as much as possible with the other person, so that needs and expectations are on the table and everyone's trying to knows where they're coming from.
Pastor D, do you still chase love as a drug?
No, I'm
Are
too
you
old.
in love?
No, I have been in love, but not anymore.
Right. And how do you genuinely feel about love? Because I don't know if you were listening. There's two other
No,
people.
I chimed in kind of late. Sorry.
That's okay. Chickpea said she's delighted because she's had a hysterectomy, or she's had basically everything taken out down there, and she doesn't have any hormonal pangs to connect with a male or female in a romantic sense or sexual sense anymore. And she's very happy about that. She feels liberated. We also have Seb here, who says he's never felt a desire to or need he's never been in love. He's never loved anybody. But you said
And
you have loved.
how old are the other people? How old is Chickpea?
I'm not entirely sure. But Chickpea has been married before. Seb, I believe, is in his 20s or so. It'll be interesting to open up the floor a little bit, considering you're the one who's. Do you miss love? Do you look back at it fondly? Do you think it was a good thing overall, or is it a bad thing in your view?
It was sweet and sour, in my opinion, because if you're that much in love with somebody, it can hurt, because there's you get insecure and you wonder, is it being are you being reciprocated in this relationship, or is it just a one-way thing? The possibility of losing the person. So it can be sweet and sour. And there's varying intensities of it with the same person.
Right. You said you. I mean, they all say that. They all say, oh, I never want to fall in love again. But then, bang, you meet somebody. I mean, do you not think that's still potentially there for you that you could just fall in love again?
I am much older than everybody in this room, so I've done the rat wheel long enough where I've learned that you get
Uh,
disappointed so many times that you don't even look for it anymore. And I know it's
but
probably
say
sad,
that
but
love just happens when you least expect it.
yeah, not my age.
Divine Hazel says, love is loving them just the way they are and not how you want them to be. What do you think of that for a statement there, Pastor D?
That's probably very true. But I've yet to meet anybody. That echo's going back on. Something happened. Oh, there it goes. Okay, better. I've yet to meet anybody that doesn't go into a relationship with some of their own selfish desires, being brought to it. I mean, I've seen situations where it's very unbalanced, where one person gives 90% and the other person gives 10. And for some reason, the person that gives 90% is satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's like a little piece of the puzzle that makes them satisfied, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
I mean, yeah, I've seen that as well, and it is a thing. Like it's just like that little bit of something that the person needs is in that other person, and everyone else is going, "What the fuck are they with each other for?" But there's something there, and
Yeah, it works
it's
for
not
them.
in the eye of the beholder. It is true.
Absolutely.
Um, Trays says, as long as you have your boundaries and don't get converted into a loose snack, so he's somebody on Chickpea's page, as a result of your delightful attitude, more power to you. And
What's a loosh exactly? Can you explain that to
we'd
me?
like Trays to come on here and talk about that. Trays, you're welcome to come on here. The link is in at the top of the chat there. Loose, as far as I'm aware, is basically the name given to suffering or the effect of suffering on a sentient being. And apparently, some people believe we're in a loose farm, and there's entities
I've heard
feeding
that
or
expression.
empowered by our suffering. Yeah. I believe there was
Okay.
actually a book written about this in the 70s or something, and that's where it came from.
Okay.
Someone theorized it. Now, but it's kind of like Gnosticism in a way, because in Gnosticism, ancient Christian Gnosticism, they said that this place was built by Yahweh as a kind of narcissistic project to feed their ego, and it's kind of like an old story retold in a different way. The Lush farm is just
Yeah.
basically Gnosticism in a different format. Divine Hazel says, "You attract people at whatever level you are at." I mean, what do you think of that, Divine Hazel? Do you want to come on here? I mean, I've asked you already, but she makes a lot of comments here. But it would be great to have her on. What do you think of that statement, Pastor D?
It depends on the kind of love. There's infatuation love, where it's just you're infatuated physically with the person, versus a love that's more mature that friends tend to have. And I think that's the reason that friendships last a lot longer, because there's not that sexual component, that infatuation component.
Do you think that's the ideal form of love then?
No.
Mm-hmm.
But we're given sex drives, and some things hit our sex drives and some things don't.
Fair enough. Let's go to Chickpea. If you could just not talk for a while, Basti, because she has an echo. I'm going to unmute you, Chickpea, and ask you the question. What do you think of what Divine Hazel says there? You attract people at whatever level you are at. What do you think of that, Divine Hazel?
I suppose you do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still get men. But I'm an old lady. I still get men every now and again. sort of, But I'm not interested.
I'm not either.
What?
I'm not either.
Cooey.
Has Noodles been on this podcast yet?
Sorry, he came on the first one or two on this series, but he hasn't been back since then.
Oh, okay.
You missing him?
I just think he's funny because he always brings it back to vegetarianism. Whatever the
Okay.
topic is, you're guaranteed it's going to be a lecture on vegetarianism, which isn't bad. It's just funny.
Okay. Pastor D, I've already asked this question to Seb and Chickpea. What's one piece of advice you'd give to someone struggling with love and expectation?
Oh, honestly, I have no clue.
Well, you
I
can
am
try.
the try.
Dive into your inner self and bring to the fore something you feel matters.
One piece of advice. Say that again. Ask the question again, please.
What's one piece of advice you'd give to someone struggling with love and expectations?
And what would this person's age be and amount of relationship experience?
Ooh, now you're making it even more difficult. So, first of all, we'll
I'm
go with
just
someone who. Well, all right, it's fair enough. We'll go with someone who's never had a relationship before. Number one. Number
okay.
two is someone who perhaps has had one or two relationships. Yeah, and
Okay.
we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. So, someone who's never had a relationship before, and someone who has had one or two.
And this person is relatively young.
We can go young and old, so you can again divide them again if you want to. So a young person
Okay.
who's never had a relationship, or an older person who's never had a relationship, a young person who's had one or two relationships, or an older person who's had one or two relationships.
Okay. So the young person, since you're relatively new at this and your hormones are still raging, um, try to take that component out of it as much as possible and see how compatible you are with the person intellectually and conversationally and emotionally, because inevitably the passion part will die. And if you want something to last, you focus on everything but the passion part. To an older person who's been through this little game a few times, I think they really already know that. And it's just about compatibility. But that wasn't very helpful.
Right. Okay. What about an older person who's never had a relationship? They're still
Oh.
hanging.
Communication, it's really critical because even with communication, the words that are coming out of your mouth are not always the words that that person means. In other words, what you're trying to say with your words is not always what that person is interpreting with their mind. So it's always better to be err on the side of over communicating because you think you're stating something, you know what I mean, where you think you're stating something and it's clear, but the person receiving the words doesn't quite understand it. And if you were to elaborate a little bit more so that you ensure that you're on the same page.
I think that's a fantastic advice, actually. And I've been amazed sometimes where I think I've made a point clear, or I think the situation itself doesn't even need like any real kind of description because it speaks for itself. But
Yeah.
having said that, it seems that the other person does not see it the same way as me, or they do not understand it in the same way I do, or they think of it in a different way. And sometimes that has absolutely amazed me how two people can be experiencing seemingly the same situation, but having completely different outlooks. And even when they're talking about it, it's not really merging those outlooks. And that's been a bamboozling thing for me in life, you know.
It is. I mean, I had a communications class once in college, and the professor said, "Words don't have meaning; people have meaning." In other
You're
words,
echoing there now, brother.
yeah, I don't know why I didn't do anything,
Okay.
but it's true, especially when you delve into more abstract concepts.
What
Now,
were
it's
you
very easy
doing
to say,
before? Sorry, Pasadena. When you came on first, you weren't echoing at all. Oh, I know what it is. Chickpea has unmuted herself. I'm going to mute her. Sorry, Pasadena.
Okay.
Go ahead as you were. Sorry about that. I had to mute Chickpea.
That's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, especially when you get into more abstract concepts, like it's very easy to say, go pick up the spoon off the table. I mean, that's not a lot to interpret there.
What
But
do you mean by spoon? Yeah. I mean,
right, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Here's a good question here. We'll go around with this one. How do you personally balance giving and receiving in your closest relationships? Now, you can talk about now, the past, what you've learned in life regarding this matter. But yeah, in terms of giving and receiving, reciprocation, having your needs met and fulfilling the needs of other people, what are your thoughts on how to balance it all? We'll go past the D first.
No, I want to go last, please.
No problem. Well, Chickpea, I'm going to unmute you so you can talk now on this question. How do you personally balance giving and receiving in your closest relationships? How have you done it in the past? What have been the successes and failures? Any wisdom you'd like to instill in others on this matter? Thank you very much. I am unmuting you now.
Gosh, that's a hard one. I mean, when I had relationships, I went purely for looks and good at sex. And if they weren't that, then it didn't. I'm just talking about romantic relationships now, obviously. Then the relationship didn't get off the ground. As far as I don't know, it's a good, difficult question that for me.
Yeah, but all right, I'm muting you for a second. But fair enough, that's what you went for initially. But you did form relationships, and I'm just asking you, how did you balance giving and receiving in your relationships once you were in them? Okay, and that's the actual question. It's not what attracted you to the person. It's once you were in the relationship. How did you, or how do you personally balance the giving and receiving, the reciprocation, fulfilling each other's needs, meeting in the middle, all that jazz?
Well, if a friend wants help, I will always give that help. And I'm very good at standing up for people. That seems to be my little forte. You know, if someone's being bullied or whatever, then I'll be there to sort it out for them. I'm a bit like that. And I help people with their gardening and their pot plants. And as for me, you know what I don't understand? Why do people stay in relationships where they're being beaten up by their partner? You haven't talked about that.
No, it hasn't come into the equation, but yeah, people give your view.
What? Why? Well, I wouldn't, obviously. If somebody just has to hit me once and I'm off. I'm not somebody that sits around waiting to be hit by people.
No.
Okay, Ed, are you there? Ed,
Me,
you're muted. Yeah. So, how do you personally balance giving and receiving in your closest relationships?
so I think I guess something I understood a long time ago, that a realization I had is how close relationships ties into the prisoner's dilemma. It's about how, like if if the two parties chooses to collaborate, they choose to agree. If that happens, then yeah. If that happens, then it can become like a friendship or something. But the first one to just fuck off, the first one to go has the advantage, just like the one in the prisoner's dilemma has. The first one to snitches or the first one to break a disagreement always have the advantage because they are able to ready themselves and seek out uh, new people. So I guess the trick to this is to try to I guess realize when it's not going to work out and then find a new person to converse with.
Okay, what about in situations where that's not possible? Maybe like you can't find yourself a new family member too easily. So what do you do in situations where you can't really walk away? Like you can't, that person will always have a bond with you, like in some way or other. I mean, would you walk away from your family easily, for example?
Yeah,
You would.
yes.
You would walk away easily. Do you not think there's a little bit of friction, like stopping you from walking away from your family, perhaps more than others?
You know how those jets, the ones that the military use, the one that can easily break the sound barrier, they have those pointy tips that makes it really easily to not get any friction. For me, there would be less friction than that.
Okay, thank you,
Wow.
Seb. We'll go now to the next question. Let's have a look here. All right, we'll go back to Chickpea, and then we'll come. Oh, sorry. Did I ask Pastor D the question just now?
No, I
No,
bunted, so yeah.
Pastor D. So the question was, uh, how do you personally balance giving and receiving in your closest relationships, or how have you done it in the past? Successes,
I've been
failures.
very,
What have you learned?
very bad about it. I've always been one who always is the one that's giving. You know, like we talked about that 90%, 10%. I'm always usually the 90% person. And I kind of learned that from my mother. You know, just always giving, always trying.
Hmm.
And so I would say in that department, I'm not so good. Complete failure.
Okay. Divine Hazel says that when she met her eventual partner of 36 years, she sat down and negotiated every single aspect of household chores, and she
Okay.
allowed each other to grow and not clip each other's wings. Actions speak louder than words. I would agree with that. I mean, doing things is much better than saying things in a relationship. You know, it's very easy to placate someone or to falsely placate someone with like words. Say, "Oh, I'm going to do this."
Mm.
You know, I love you, and I promise I'm going to change, etc., etc. But you know, the truth is, actions do speak louder than words, and the proof is in
Yeah.
the pudding. What do you think, Pastor D?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Uh,
words can be hollow, and some people lie all the time or exaggerate or say things and never deliver.
right. Um, We'll go to the next question now. We'll bring Chickpea in first. Chickpea, you can unmute yourself after I've asked the question. Is love shaped more by society, culture, or personal experience? I mean, you're somebody who thinks it's just biological determinism, but do you think in any way it's shaped by society, culture, or personal experience? And if it is, which is the most powerful um, shaper of it?
So you talk to me. I went to make a cup of tea.
The question is on the the question is on the screen there. Let me ask you again. Is love shaped more by society, culture, or personal experience? I know you're a biological determinist, but do you think that beyond biology, that other things are shaping love? And if so, which is shaping love more for an individual? Is it society that is shaping the love expectation? Is it culture? I mean, culture, society, obviously they're kind of almost synonyms there. So sorry about the poor wording in this question, but is it society as a whole? Is it the unique culture that you exist within, or is it personal experience that is shaping love expectations in general? That question's for you, Chickpea.
Yeah,
Seb has
yeah.
gone.
Actually,
Can I just say? Just pause. I'm just muting you for a second, Chickpea, before you answer. Seb just dropped out. Thanks for joining us, Seb. I don't know why you dropped out, but it wasn't me that kicked you off, by the way. In case you're wondering, feel free to come back. So yeah, go ahead, Chickpea.
yeah, I remember back in the 70s. Back in the 70s, when I was started dating and things, I was in my early 20s. If you went out on a date as a female, you were expected to have sex with that man literally on the first date. And that's how life was, and you'd be hassled and pestered for sex after a few drinks at the pub. But it was all done by society and this free love and the rubbish you see in films. And it was a very, very hard time to actually be looking. I think that's the reason why I have this attitude towards men, because you give into it, and I think to myself, well, actually, I don't want to see any more anyway. Blah blah blah, because I'd done something I didn't really want to do. So it's very much by society and films, and porn, of course, because a lot of men watch porn and then you meet up with them and they want to play the little porn parts. It's an interesting subject as a female, huh?
Like Austin Powers, we're going to have a shag.
Sorry, but no, seriously, it's not funny.
I know, I'm sorry, but I'm just using the example. I don't know if you guys have Austin Powers. Oh, I accidentally hit my mic. Mute.
Sorry?
Sorry.
And the porn, and they want us female to act their little porn parts out, and all the other rubbish that they see on TV and things. It has affected
Sorry,
me.
Chickpea, I was asking a question there. Sorry, I was muted, and I apologise. I just want to ask you. You mentioned something about the way you view men, and it was a negative. Do you view men in a more negative light than women, in terms of relationship dynamics, the whole shebang around relationships? Do you view men in a more negative light? Are they more harmful than females? Do they cause more of the problems? That's just my question for you now.
When it comes to work, I prefer men. Actually, I prefer men to women. I actually like men a lot. It's just their behaviour that gets me.
I'm asking about relationships.
Oh, well, relationships. I'm not a lesbian, so I only ever went out with men. Female relationships are fine. Okay.
No, sorry, I have to mute you. I'm merely asking you the problems in relationships, okay, in general, are they caused more by men or by women? So do you find that men are the biggest cause of problems in relationships, or women are in general? I know you haven't had relationships with women, lesbian relationships. I'm talking about romantic relationships. Which gender causes the most problems in your view?
Men. I think lots have got to do with pornography.
You can stand on your soapbox and say what you want. I mean, why do you think men are the most problematic?
Because speaking as a female, even if you when you're young in particular, it's like when you're grown up and everything, you can deal with. When you're young, 17, 18, and you met this guy, you have a few kisses, you've had a couple of drinks, and then you got this bloke want to do all sorts of weird and wonderful things that you've been seeing on porn films, and this goes on. To tell you, the 70s, people will say the 70s, 80s were so great, but they weren't, actually, speaking as a female, in that respect. And it did affect me, yeah.
How did it affect you, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer the question.
How did it affect me? Well, because basically, I wasn't happy about what I'd done. Because quite often I used to give in because, unfortunately, because of my background and the rejection I had from my father, etc., 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 I wasn't quite as bolshy as I am now. I've grown up a lot. And sometimes I didn't even have the courage or the confidence. I know this sounds silly. And so you'd end up doing things you end up doing something you didn't really want to do, and then I wouldn't want to see him again. And that went on a lot. It was a very difficult time, and I blame society for that, actually. The whole sexual, well, you must remember that time when, everyone was at it, free love and pill and all this sort of thing.
I wasn't around in the 60s, but I heard about it.
Yeah, well, I'm a lot older than you. I'm an old lady, very old lady. And, yeah, all 60s. I started, I'm 70, okay? And I started dating when I was 14. And it was already a problem then. Little 14-year-old girl. Yeah. Boy, yeah. It wasn't easy.
I suppose one question we haven't asked, and I'll ask Pastor D next. Pastor D, actually, Pastor D, I'm very sorry. Have you answered this question, Pastor D? I don't think you have. Is love shaped more by society, culture, or personal experience? What do you think, Pastor D? And you're muted. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Oh, I'm
You're
muted?
unmuted, Pastor D. You're unmuted now. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Wow. Oof. I would say all the above, but mostly by society because I would say your early love is based off of your love with your parents and how that goes. If your parents were very cold and distant, then you're probably going to be more cold and distant at first. And like Chick P was saying, yeah, a lot of it comes from society and movies. What's cool, and the movies very much, and we're about the same age. The movies of this, not so much the 60s, but for me, with more like the mid 70s through the 90s, was, conquest, sexual encounters. So it's a hard question to ask because I really don't know. I think a lot of it comes from your family, as you're growing up and how you had relationships with your parents and your siblings. And then it gets fine tuned by society. Because I was always told that I was a very cold person.
Right.
And that came from my mother.
Okay. And I was going to ask that question next but I won't go into. I will go into it now, seeing as you've brought it up. How do you feel that your parents' love or lack of love for each other, whatever it may be, shaped your perceptions of love and your experience of love going through life? And I'm talking about their love, their evidence or lack of evidence of their love for each other. Okay, not their love for you. I'm talking about you as an observer growing up, watching two adults who seemingly were the result of a love for each other, living together. How did that affect your development, your understanding of love, and how it was manifested in your actions and in your expectations?
I'm going to repeat myself a little bit from the last question, but I was always told that my mother was very cold and didn't know how to love or show love. And my father died very early in my life, so my mother had a more dominant influence on me. And I kind of, when it came to showing affection, outward signs of affection, I wasn't very good at that. And I acquired that from my mother.
It's weird, Pastor D, because you've come on here before and you've seemed like overwhelmingly negative, right? But tonight because we're talking about something else, the human qualities are coming out in you. You know what I mean? The kind of compassionate, the caring qualities. And I think that's
Oh boy.
interesting, isn't it?
Oh boy. I'm slipping.
No, but you know what I mean? It is interesting. It is a useful exhibition of the kind of multifaceted, sense of being as a person, that you have this kind of side to you that is bristly sometimes. Then you have this softer side as well that is very, very emotionally in tune with what matters and, love and such,
I guess.
Just an observation. I mean, I might be wrong, but it's just something that I thought I'd mention.
I've been
Chickpea.
disappointed by so many people, I've kind of given up on the love scene, but go ahead, Chickpea next.
Yeah, Chickpea, I'm going to unmute you. Chickpea, the question is basically related to your parents. How do you feel your parents' exhibition of love or a lack of love for each other? How do you feel that affected you when, as a child? You observed it as a child, obviously, that went into your psyche and became a kind of expectation, perhaps, for love. Perhaps perhaps you inwardly thought about it and you thought you wanted to be like this or that based on your observations of your parents' so-called love. How did it affect you and your perception of love and expectations, and even perhaps even your experience of love in life? I'm going to unmute you now.
I had really strange parents. I never ever once saw my parents hug, kiss or cuddle. Not once. And my parents were newlyweds when I was 6 years old. This is my second family. And when they had their son, my brother, my stepbrother, I never saw them hug or kiss or cuddle him either. And as for me, there was no affection at all. And I never saw my parents cuddle up on the sofa together. I know it's hard to believe, but I never saw them hug, kiss or cuddle. And the entire time I knew them. And I've never understood it. Sorry?
They were young when they had you, weren't they?
My mother was 20 when she had me with her Dutch sailor boy. And that marriage he left. And then she married my stepfather when I was about 5, 6. And it was the weirdest thing because I watched this strange marriage, but I never saw them hug, kiss or cuddle like I saw people everywhere around me hugging, kissing, cuddling. Because it was the 60s, so people were very huggy and kissy. I never saw it once. It was I had the weirdest family, really strange. But my brother, I never saw my mother or my stepfather hug and kiss him, their son. Never saw it. I know that sounds hard to believe. It's actually true. And he used to smash his head against the walls like animals in cages do when they're, in factory farms and things. Oh yeah, I mean, it was real screw up. My childhood, when I look at it, it was really weird compared to my friends. Very strange. I don't know what was going on. But they were newlyweds, and they didn't actually kiss and cuddle or sit on the sofa together. And they didn't. I know it's hard to believe.
I'm just muting you for a second, Chick, but yeah, that's what you observed. How did that affect you then, in terms of your expectations for love? And how you experience chasing love or even having love as an adult.
Yeah. I never ever once ever got a hug or cuddle when I was a child, either from my natural father or my stepfather. And when I was 14, I started looking for boys, and I remember I didn't know how to touch somebody, a boy. and I didn't know how to do it because I'd never been touched myself, and I'd never actually touched my I know it sounds hard to believe. I'd never been cuddled by my parents, ever. Never ever happened. I know that's hard to believe, but it's actually true. And so trying to hug and cuddle the boys I used to mix with when I was at school and in the park with my friends, I actually had to use alcohol as a little girl to try and learn all that. Yes, I had a bad time with it. Really, really bad time. I had a really, really screwed up background. Horribly screwed up. And yes, it has affected me horribly. Horribly. And my brother too, I would add. My brother was a bit of a screw up. He's never had a permanent relationship at all. And I think it's a lot to do with the fact he was never ever touched. So he didn't learn that. They never hugged him. I know that sounds hard to believe. I never ever saw them hug and cuddle him. Ever.
All right, I'm really sorry to hear that. I've just muted you, Chickpea. And the question now becomes, I mean, I've heard it said before that definitely about women, that they end up going for someone like their dad, whether that's physically or, personality-wise. And there is some kind of, I suppose, Freudian analysis going on as to why that happens. Sometimes it's because they admire their dad, and that's their male kind of archetype that they're seeking because he was a positive influence on their life. Other times it's perhaps because he was a bad influence on their childhood, and they're kind of trying to, in the moment, retrospectively heal their trauma, their inner child, by engaging with someone like their dad so that they can have a better experience in adulthood and heal themselves. Do you think that's ever been the case for you? Have you ever found yourself in a pattern where you are forming relationships with men who in some way bore a significant resemblance to your dad in physicality or personality?
Yeah, no, I never. No, I'll tell you what I used to do. I had a terrible rejection problem because my natural father rejected me when I was about 3. So I had this problem with rejection, and my philosophy was, I'll reject you before you reject me. And that was my way of thinking. But no, I hate men in uniforms because they both had uniforms. Plus, I was on the vegan band. I was on the vegan thing, so that tended to make a difference too. But no. I had a rejection. Yeah, I had this thing, I'll reject you before you reject me. Which is a really good one to have. It's true.
Right, so it did affect you, and obviously it seems to affect you negatively. Guys, anybody there want to come on? Basically, God Almighty, Black Hole, Divine Hazel said she can't come on because she's in a rural area. But please, the link is there, otherwise we'll have to shut this down. It's been an interesting conversation. Unfortunately, it hasn't been as popular as what I would have hoped. I mean, we've only had 4 of us at most on here. Now, there are 10 seats here, so there's plenty of room, and our bums aren't that big. So yeah, there's plenty of room on the seats here. And I do thank Chickpea for.
I want to ask you something. Something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, right. When we talk about antinatalism, that's my favourite subject, which is why I listen to, because you say you're Gnostic, and Gnostics are antinatalists. So why are you not an antinatalist? I don't understand.
Okay, I'll just mute you for a second. That's an interesting observation. And yeah, whilst I think it could be true that it does call people to be mindful of bringing people here, I suppose part of me is seeing as there is a reincarnation element to Gnosticism, it might be inevitable that people are forced to come back here until they reject this place themselves. So it's not about you rejecting it for other people. That is part of it. But the people that are born, perhaps they were meant to come here to in some way reject the reality themselves, if you know what I mean.
I disagree with you. Well, yeah, because in my mind, if we all, like David Benatar says, if we just stop breeding, the whole thing will come to an end. And
yeah, but
we will
how likely
no
is that?
more. Sorry?
How likely is that to happen?
Well, if I was in charge, it would happen. I would stop everyone from breeding. No, I really do believe that we should all just, it's not going to happen, obviously. I mean, but I think this is some sort of cosmic hellhole prison or whatever, and the only escape we're caught up in something. The only way to escape is to stop bringing new souls in until eventually there are no more souls to be. There are no souls get born. End of.
Chippy, one moment, please. We've got I'm not sure if is this Alexandra? Is this? Can you unmute yourself there, brother?
Hello.
Hello there. Who is it?
You can call me Andy.
Andy, where are you based?
I'm in the UK now.
You're in the UK now. Is this like Russian or Ukraine? What is that?
Yes, Russian.
Russian.
Andriy.
And Anthony, what brings you here? We are talking about love. Do you mind giving your opinion on? Here's the question: what does love mean to you personally?
Ooh. I don't know if I could capture an answer in one sentence.
That's okay.
One of the questions was, should love be unconditional? Is there a should? Is it just an evolutionary incentive? What is it subjectively? I don't have a good answer for you, but I certainly am interested in the antinatalism questions, although I don't want to deviate from your theme too much.
That's okay. I mean, tonight we are staying on topic, generally speaking. I mean, if you want to talk about, if that means love to you, you can say that is love. But I mean, is antinatalism the definition of love for you?
Well, maybe we are acting in love by preventing suffering.
Okay. And but have you ever heard of unintended consequences?
Yeah.
And you not having a child could cause someone else to suffer more, perhaps, and all these things. You know, you can't be sure, can you? I mean, it might be right for the individual not coming here, but it might, from a kind of from a numbers perspective, it could well cause other things to happen beyond the scope of what you intended, right?
But then it's like a pyramid scheme where you're pulling new people in to this to have a stake in something that's a sinking ship.
So you think it's a sinking ship? You think there's no hope for reality?
Well, it's certainly a cruel, unforgiving one that we're in. There's no fairness. It's a world where might makes right, and we don't have answers. We don't have relief. We just, this is foisted upon us, and we're supposed to just carry on, working on that hamster wheel, staving off suffering for as long as possible, but it's inevitable in the end, and it's not fair.
Right. Thank you for that. A very, very deep and meaningful shared perspective. As bleak as it was, I do thank you for, vocalizing it. Basically, God Almighty says that they believe the whole point of this hell realm is not to come together in love, but rather to learn there is only love of self and to find distance from each other. So basically, they say that, it's an interesting perspective that ultimately it's about saving yourself and detaching from others. What do you think of that perspective? I will go to Chickpea first. Unmuted. Chickpea, you're unmuted.
I love what he has to say. Love it. Love it. That's what I think.
Would you care to elaborate?
Well, I think we should stop having, if you want to have sex, fair enough, have sex. But, have protected sex or, of course, just get them sterilised. But I think we should just...
Chippy. I'm actually talking about the quote on the screen here. I'm going to read it and give your feedback.
Yeah, well, he's saying, well, I don't, I think we should just stop breeding. Not love, like I said, love is purely hormonal. If that romantic love that says go and have sex, that's purely hormonal, I promise you. Once the hormones are gone, it's gone. Promise, I know. Huh?
Okay. We got what about you there? Andre, is it? Basically, God Almighty says that they believe the whole point of this hell realm is not to come together in love, but rather to learn there is only love of self and to find distance from each other. What do you think of that? That sounds quite an interesting perspective to hold. What do you think of that, Andre?
Well, it feels like that might just make it even more bleak. I mean, as long as you're not forcing anyone else into this place that we're in, then you go on ahead and do that, but please don't cause more suffering than you need to for other people. Right? Because that could be used as an excuse for all kinds of things. I just worry that people who have greedy predispositions, they can say that they're just self-loving at the expense of other people. But I
What do you
don't
think of
blame.
this view? What do you think of this view, Andre? Basically, God Almighty says that they think before this hell realm, we were in an even worse hell realm where we loved each other and we were all way too close and got sick of each other. So we put an end to it. I mean, there's no provable, there's no proof of that, but it's an idea this person has.
Well, I mean, I don't subscribe to that belief particularly. I can only go on off of what we can see. What do we see around us? We see this place full of unfairness, injustice, and suffering. There's small glimpses of pleasure, of course there are, right? But do those highs ever really compare to those valleys, right? You know, irreplaceable losses and death, right? It feels like it's just palliation for the people who
Okay,
are
so
already here.
Andre, forgive me for asking the question again, but what does have you been in love before, or are you in love at present? Romantic love.
I was.
And how did that feel to you? What did it mean to you personally? What has it meant since?
Well, it was exciting at the time, but it just ended up in heartbreak. But I mean, the reason I subscribe to antinatalist beliefs isn't because I'm embittered about things like that, but just more of I'm at a loss for answers. Just make this make sense. Why are we here and why does it look like this? This is
Okay,
what we expect to see if there was
so you
nothing
you
benign
you
out
think
there.
you think it's important to ask and find out why we're here? Do you think that that's important?
Well, with active minds, we can't help but wonder, right? We're not
Okay, so
automatons who just.
if that's important, why doesn't that override your antinatalism? If it's important to find out what's going on here, why shouldn't we keep bringing people here until we find out what the hell is going on and try and fix it or try and solve the puzzle?
Why make it their problem? Gamble with their well-being, right? If I have
Hmm.
100 descendants, can't I be certain that at least some of them are going to suffer horrifically? And a lot of the time, it
No, you
won't be
can.
any of their fault. And for my quest for answers, that's no fair for them.
Fair enough. But what about the situation where you not bringing somebody here, okay, means that we don't get an opportunity to progress, and perhaps it will cause a regression in our ability to develop and learn, and therefore we will be kind of stuck in this stagnant state of ignorance and none the wiser, and people will just keep coming here and suffer a lot longer, perhaps because you weren't willing to be part of the ongoing journey, or you weren't willing to motivate somebody to find out what was going on.
Well, it won't. It might stagnate in some ways, right? But if we all stop now, we could end this thing by 2150.
But do you not think that life will just pop up somewhere else in the universe?
Unfortunately,
Is that not a concern for you?
well, but that's not in our hands. We can only control what we do or not do, and we can
How
control
do you know?
ourselves so
How do you
many
know it
things.
couldn't be in our hands? What about the potential for it to be in our hands?
Well, I think given the precautionary principle, I think there's a bit more moral security in not taking the action to bring someone into this, right? Rather than agonize over all the possible, infinite things that could have some ripple, which could cause some inadvertent suffering, right? We can say that there's
Right.
certain suffering caused by forcing this condition onto other people, right?
Okay. Just one
Okay.
second. Really sorry, Andre. I've got a call here I have to take. Can you talk with Chickpea for a second?
Hi, I love what you're saying. Love it.
Well, thank you for the support, Chickpea.
Yeah, I love what you say. You really, yeah, I love what you say. Agree with you 1,000,000%. Are you a vegan?
I am indeed.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Likewise.
Yeah. Oh, you're just like me. Yeah. It's interesting how the two go together, isn't it?
It's all about not inflicting suffering on other
Yes.
beings, right?
Yes, precisely. I mean, I'm an antinatalist because I'm a vegan, basically. It's to do with what we do to the animal kingdom. It makes me sick. It absolutely sickens me. I just can't even describe how I feel about it anymore.
So if you're an anti-natalist because you're vegan, do you not care about wild animal suffering?
Well, of course I care about wild animal suffering, but I can't change that. But at least we wouldn't be bringing 84 billion animals into existence every year to factory farm and slaughter.
But that's nothing to do with natalism.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because if us humans weren't here, that would not be happening.
Yeah, but there could be far more animals killing each other in much more awful ways.
Sorry.
There
It could be
could
what?
be a lot more animals killing each other.
Yeah, well, I didn't invent the world.
Hello. Chickpea, you can't mute yourself, but what you could do. Oh no, she can't do that either. I was going to say she could turn down the volume. No, there's nothing she can do. I've got the fucking job of fucking muting Chickpea, and it's fucking hard work, Chickpea. But I love having you here. And here is Noodles. I love having you here, Chickpea. Don't think that's a slight on you. That's just me being a grumpy old fucker. So we got Noodles here. Noodles. I was just taking a little break there, and I'm back. So what's going on? What does love mean to you personally, Noodles?
I guess love is like, there's I think the Greek people, Greek culture has like 5 or 7 different kinds of love, right? And love can be a strong fondness, a strong sense of affection and adornment and feeling like you really care for someone or something, and you really want it in your life a lot and to be around it. But then there's romantic love, which I think is like the in love kind of thing, and that's when you're, I guess, willing to sacrifice or you sacrifice your own desires for the other person. I mean, I guess that's regular love too, but in love is when you're willing. Yeah, I think you're willing to make even more sacrifices and put the other person before you in an even bigger way.
Okay, that's interesting. And we were talking earlier, Noodles. We can go through a load of questions. There were a lot of questions. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for supporting the show and coming on. I appreciate it so much. But the question is, how do you feel that your observations of your parents' exhibition or lack of exhibition of their love for each other, how do you feel that affected you and your expectations or practice of love and love seeking?
Well, I think they gave me false expectations because they really love each other a lot, and they live together very well, and they haven't seemed to have any problems in their marriage. And I think, and they still, they still watch movies together every night and still sleep together and all that stuff. So I think what they have is a pretty rare thing nowadays. And so it kind of gave me like a false expectation of But I don't even know if it's that. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird actually, because sometimes, like, if I get into a relationship, I get scared that I'm gonna be like them or something. So it's weird, because it's like, oh, I should want what they have, right? That would be healthy, but at the same time, I'm like, something about it kind of weirds me out.
Okay. And what about kind of society's narrative around love? I mean, did that affect you and your experience of love, your expectations of love, your practice of love? Do you feel
I think it
society?
used to. I think it used to. I think I used to expect that, like, love was something a lot deeper and more meaningful than it really is. But I don't know. I now I think I've deconstructed it too much, and I've hurt myself because of that.
Really, you feel like you've been too cynical, perhaps? Is that right?
Perhaps.
And how's that manifesting itself in your experience?
Well, now it's just like I want what I want. If I'm gonna be in a romantic relationship with, I'm assuming we're mostly talking about romance here, but because I have
Right.
friends that I love, and I put up with them because they're just friends. But if I'm gonna be sleeping with someone, I feel like I have like a much shorter, I don't know, bandwidth for shit that I'm willing to put up with.
Okay.
And
Fair enough.
I just want, like, I guess, like, I think I expect too much. I think I ask for too much, and I want too much out of it. I think I'm expecting that I'm supposed to be, like, really, I'm supposed to be happy all the time, or I'm supposed to be really, really um happy in the relationship, or that I'm really fulfilled with it, or whatever. And I don't think most humans are designed to be totally fulfilled. I think we're supposed to have a sort of push pull kind of tug of war thing going on, because we're supposed to want it enough to the point where we can get someone pregnant, but then not necessarily get too bogged down by that, because that's not ideal for the passing on of genes. Um, but I have a vasectomy, and I know this. And if I really think this stuff, and I am a nihilist, I should be able to look past it and be like, well, then I shouldn't really care about, like, what I think the evolutionary biology or psychology is pushing me to want or do. I should be able to overcome that, right? But I still haven't. I don't think. I still am driven by more primal desires and lofty ideas about what I should have in a relationship.
Hmm. There's one question here now. Do you think we can ever love without expecting something in return from others? I suppose I'll ask you, sexual experiment, that one, because you're new here. We've already gone through some of these questions with the others. And Andre, if you want to answer this after
Yeah, of course. That's like the sacrifice thing, I think that's what, like, really truly being in love is. Um, yeah, I think that, like, with a lot of my past partners, not a lot, but some of them, I really loved them, but I wasn't in love with them. So I wasn't totally willing to, you know, totally put them before me, and in a lot of the ways that I think being in love entails.
And what do you think
Anyway,
drives a person to do that? What do you think drives a person to do either one? What do you think drives a person to, step
I,
forward and put their
I
first?
don't think it's one thing. I think there's so many different things that can bring someone there. It can be, you know, there so many psychological and physical, emotional factors, and just environmental factors that. And I would love to uh, dig in and deconstruct what a lot of them might be, but I was taking a break from some music work that I'm doing, and because I saw you were live, and I wanted to pop on for a minute, but I have to get back to it. And
Well, thank you for
um,
that.
yeah, yeah, and I would these people. I don't know if I've spoken to them before who are on here, but they sound very interesting people that I'd like to have discussions with in the future. So
Cool.
um, I hope that I get to speak to y'all again and have some good, healthy discussion with healthy disagreements, and maybe we can all come to new understandings about certain things.
Hopefully so. That's the aim.
All
Okay,
right.
okay, Noodles. If you have to go, you have to go. But thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Good night.
Good night, brother. Jay's in the house. He's in the comments there, loitering around. Jay, would you do us a favor and come on here if you're able to? That is, or let us know if you are able to at least. Seb is back. Seb, did you come back on to make a pertinent point about something that you found fascinatingly important?
No, but
Okay,
I don't know what the topic is. Now I didn't listen, so I don't know what the topic is now.
no problemo. Well, the topic is still love, that four-letter word, as Global said. Um, so Jay says they'll see if they can come on, but not at the moment. Well, yeah, it's kind of depending on people coming on here, guys. It keeps it going, it keeps the flow going. But we have
Uh,
Andre is the newest blood here. So Andre,
oh, okay.
yeah, Andre is the newest person here. So we'll go back to Andre because we've kind of really spoke to Chickpea and Seb. But Seb and Chickpea, please feel free to dive in and give your opinions as and when they arise, of course. I want to ask Andre this question here. What's the piece of advice you'd give someone struggling with love and expectations thereabouts?
My head's still spinning from the previous question about should love come without expectations from the other person. But if I shift over to this question, it really depends on what they're struggling with. Is it the lack of reciprocation, or is it a dysfunctional
All right, I'll tell you
relationship?
to go into the kitchen. But you can answer that first one as well about the expectations, and then you can go into this one. So whichever you'd like, answer both of them, please.
Well, I think in theory you can love people without expectations in return, but that just leaves people in the dangerous places where they'll be taken advantage of. It's not a good idea if there's an imbalance, right? It's a good idea to aim for equality. If someone has a shortage in one area, they'll make it up for it in a different area. So if someone's just taking from someone, and they're just giving all of their love and all their energy, then that feels parasitic. If they're both happy, then by all means do what you want to do. But I just worry for the person who's giving way more than they're receiving. So that's my answer for the first question. And then a piece of advice, someone struggling with love. Well, I think the expectations part is a lot easier. Communication, make those expectations clear with potential partners. Communication breakdowns are a cause of so much grief and heartbreak. That can be avoided when people lay everything out on the table and be honest, even if it's tough, right? Even if it's a hard pill to swallow for someone. And struggling with love, it depends on what aspect, right? There's so many facets of love, right? It's like many battles can happen at once for a given situation, right? It can be attachment style, it can be the dynamics of a relationship. It could be a lack of love. It could be different forms of love. So many places to go. So that's all I can say based on the prompt.
Well, I think you did a good job there. So overall, then, Andre, is love a force for good or bad in your view?
Well, it's a force for good. I mean, that might be an emotional answer, but if I try and unravel it in a logical way, love inspires treating people well, trying to relieve pain, trying to give rise to healthy pleasure. If we all just were indifferent toward each other, I think we'd see a lot less good in the world. There's already enough bad as it is. If you subtract love from that equation, I really hate to see it.
Okay. And what do you think is the main kind of area of dysfunction in a loving relationship, in a romantic loving relationship?
Ooh, I am certainly not licensed as a marriage counselor or advisor in that kind of way. But if I give my 2 cents about it, I mean, I really don't have a good answer for you. What's the most common area? Is it, communication, as we were saying earlier? Could be that can sort of let problems fester, and that only gets worse over time. If people understand what they want, first of all, and make that clear to the other person, that would solve a lot of these issues. And then there is fidelity and respect. Respect is a huge one. I think those are sticking to those guidelines, and you won't get into too much trouble, right? Those are the guidelines, or our guide rope.
Respect. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. We have JE in the house. Welcome, JE. JE, you're here. You are muted, but you are muted now.
Hey, what's up?
JE,
Hey,
JE,
hey.
it's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. JE, what does love mean to you personally?
I mean, I have no idea because I don't feel like I've ever really experienced it before, so I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. But what I think what the real question should be is is love something objective versus subjective? Like, is there an objective force in the cosmos that you can call love, or is it something that you just make up or decide or something, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Andre, would you like to maybe do a back and forth with JE there? Do you think love has objective qualities?
Well, it would just be about the definition, right? If it can be defined, I think it would become a semantics conversation. People experience love in so many different ways, and those ways change over time. They depend on the person. I mean, I think we can agree that love, by definition, is a feeling of positivity toward something. Whether that's like a fondness or if it's infatuation, right? But I think we can agree that love, by definition, is something positive toward something.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. But again, like, is it something that comes from us subjectively, or is it something objective that um we're pulling from? Is it some objective force in the universe that um we're deriving our experience from?
So, I mean, it's not a quantifiable thing, but is it qualitatively something that can be objective? Well, people can put into language, put into words, put into songs and poems, right? But objective, I don't know if that's the right framing for it. Do you agree?
Um, yeah, I guess so, but I mean, I guess if you think about what love is, I guess it is a subjective uh experience and a subjective how do I call it? It's a subjective manifestation of one person's feelings towards another person. So I guess in a sense it is up to us to define love as we see it, I guess. And it doesn't seem to be something that's objectively quantifiable, like you can point to something and say that it's objectively love and something else is objectively not love. You know what I mean?
I'm on the
Because some
same
people
page.
sometimes say that like for example, if a parent scolds a child, right, and or even like if they physically beat the child and cause harm to the child as a punishment for the child doing something wrong, um they would call that tough love, you know. But usually we usually associate love as something, you know, positive, not something negative that causes harm. But in that case, you would say that it's love because it causes harm, yes, but it causes harm so that the child would um so that the child would be punished such that they wouldn't do anything to hurt themselves in the future, you know. So is it always something positive? It doesn't always seem like it.
Well, tough love. Well, what's called tough love, it's not about doing a negative action onto something, but it's about trying to safeguard something by disincentivizing something perceived as dangerous, right? So if a parent
Mhm.
wants to, or a guardian wants to protect someone from danger, and part of that is driven by love, right? They might become emotional and snap and lash out of fear, right? Because that's the source of anger. It's fear. Someone's scared about something, uncomfortable at something. Anger is the mask over it. But why is that parent or guardian or other involved person, why are they scared? Why they lash out at someone and then call it tough love to try and prevent them from doing something? It wasn't about that action that they did. It was about their care for the other person. So the
Yeah, but
love.
what I'm saying is that it comes into conflict with your idea that love is always positive feelings all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that it can be negative feelings that come from a good place. You know what I mean?
Even that's not a negative feeling toward something. It's a negative feeling toward the stimulus that's perceived as danger. But that this scolding parent isn't not not feeling negative toward the child, but feeling scared and wanting to go into fight or flight mode.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we
Yeah,
have
but
we share a perspective in some ways, some common ground.
yeah, we do. So yeah, wait, did you say what love means to you before? Was it just for positive feelings and whatnot?
Well, by definition, I think the word love and all of its associations are positive, right? People can be misguided and do things that they think are good but are bad out of love, but the feeling of the love is still positive. They're just making mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So people
Yeah.
can have twisted, distorted senses of love. Definitely, like you see groups of control among religions and cults and stuff, and they call it love, right? But it can become quite
Mm-hmm.
twisted and be used as a tool against people. But then I would ask, is that really love, or is this just not a true Scotsman fallacy?
Yeah, but no true Scotsman. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Guys, what about forgiving people we love? You know, they say if you love someone, you understand them and you see where they're coming from, etc. I mean, what do you think the deal breakers are in terms of forgiveness for somebody that you love and what they do to you or what they've done to others?
Well, like I said, it depends. Like what have they done? Like for each person has to define like what the boundaries are for what they deem to be forgivable and what they deem to be unforgivable.
Okay, what about you, Andre? Anything that comes to mind? Do you think there are real deal breakers? I mean, sometimes you see parents, their son has done something terrible, or their daughter perhaps. Maybe they've even killed people, and you know, but the mum still loves her boy. She goes, maybe he's on death row or something, and she goes to see him every day or whatever, and talks to him on the phone because she still loves him. I mean, it is interesting just to think about what is the line. I mean, should we always forgive people? Is forgiveness something required by love? I mean, just because you forgive someone, by the way, you don't necessarily have to keep them in your life. But do you think forgiveness
Hmm.
is a requirement of love?
Absolutely not. So I think first there's a problem with the should as the framing of the question. I think it's easier to address it when it's what often happens, right? I think it's possible to love someone but not to like them anymore. That happens a lot. Um, and I forgiveness is earned. Um, you can make peace with something and end a relationship or put it at a distance and um, be in a spectrum of forgiveness somewhere, right? Um, how does it impact love, right? I mean, we form attachments, really strong bonds with people, and they can do something terrible, and it can cause all kinds of distress. And then someone still has this urge, right? This misguided, this feeling of need. They just have to make things, patch it up, right? Does that come from a biological place where that's incentivized? Um, bonds that become so strong psychologically that even if someone made a business case about it, that person's bad news and should be avoided. Yeah. So all I can say is what often happens rather than what should happen.
Okay, that's a really well thought out answer there. Jay, I just muted you because there was a little bit of wind in the background. Jay, would you like to maybe answer that question if you can?
Yeah. Should we always forgive people? Yeah. I don't know. Like I personally find it difficult to forgive people a lot of the time, even for things that a lot of people consider to be um forgivable or minor or whatever. Like I have a hard time forgiving people and uh not holding grudges. So um if you were to ask me, I'd probably say no, we shouldn't always forgive people, but at the same time I've also done things in my life that I would want forgiveness for. So I would say yes at the same time. So I'm very much conflicted on the answer to that, because I feel like it's a yes and a no for me. But yeah, I do believe there are deal breakers. So like if someone has killed or raped or you know um just violated someone else in any sort of way, I do believe that they shouldn't be forgiven for it. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I do. And Jay, would you do me a favor? Would you mute yourself when you're not talking? Because there's a little bit of background
Okay.
noise. You be in charge of your own muting. I don't want to do it because it stops you from talking when you want to. I'm going to unmute you, Chickpea. Chickpea, should we always forgive people we love, or are there deal breakers even for deep and true love? And what are they in your view?
Well, I'm not a very forgiving person, and I don't understand, say, how women stay with men who abuse them, hit them, and vice versa, of course. And that I don't understand. No, I'm not very forgiving in that respect, and that's all I know really. But then I think love is a sort of crazy hormonal thing anyway, generally speaking.
Okay, thank you for that. Seb, I'm going to unmute you, Seb, or can you unmute yourself? What about you? Should we always forgive people we love, or are there deal breakers? What are they, Seb?
I guess having a resentment is, after all, a very useful thing, as it keeps like the being safe. I guess there is an evolutionary reason to not forgiving people that comes in handy. So I should say that it depends. It depends on the situation. I can see like an argument for why one I should forgive people despite them having done something bad. But one can never truly know if the person has changed or learned from it or not.
What
One
about
has,
the fact that maybe they can't change, Seb? Maybe, I mean, for example, maybe if you believe in determinism, maybe you see that they can't change, they are what they are. Does that help matters? Does that help you perhaps forgive them and continue to love them despite their maybe considerable character flaws?
yeah, it can, but in a way, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't just a switch that's flipped on and off. It comes in different nuances. It can gradually go away, or it can come back on with full force, depending on one's mood. You did mention determinism, and I'd like to say that forgiveness oftentimes isn't a choice, and if it is, I guess the choice is predetermined.
That's a very good answer. Um, Andre, did you answer this question? I think you did, didn't you?
I haven't yet.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I think
So basically, the question is about forgiveness. Does love entail an intrinsic need to forgive? Before you answer that, I want to say Pamela's here. Welcome to Pamela. Please come on and talk if you can, Pamela. Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
So I would say that forgiveness isn't necessarily a part of love. If something happens or someone reveals their true nature in a way that is completely undermines the respect necessary for love, then no. Um, you can fall in love with someone and then realize that they're not the person whom you fell in love with. Unfortunately, that transpires when it's too late sometimes to avoid the heartbreak, but I think that's something that happens a lot. Or even if you say it, you really were in love with the person and then they changed and they become someone else, right? Do they need, is it not true love if you're not forgiving them? Like, does that invalidate the previous love that you sincerely felt?
Right.
So I
Right.
think that some things are incompatible with a healthy relationship, right? I mean, if it's a small transgression and the person apologizes and really makes it right and demonstrates with actions that they're not doing that anymore, that's what matters, right? But if someone does something flippant and it's not compatible with a healthy relationship and they are not willing to make it better, then that's another question.
Okay. I suppose we'll go on to the next question then. Have we romanticized toxic love in movies and media? I mean, Chickpea spoke earlier about pornography. Now, we don't have to go into adult content here when we're talking about this. We can just talk about mere Hollywood narratives, Netflix, soaps on TV, songs, um, whatever in the modern media, maybe even Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I mean, Chickpea, you are 70. Um, have you seen a shift in how love is depicted in media over your lifetime? And is it better or worse now, or is it like just the same but different? I'm going to unmute you now, Chickpea, so you can answer that question, please.
Well, it's just as bad as it was in the 60s and 70s. You watch a film, everybody's having this fabulous, fabulous sex life where they've just met somebody, of course. It's all instant sex. And that for me has always been the problem, this whole instant sex thing. But I don't really know. I've been celibate and on my own for the past, over 30 years, so what would I know, really?
No, but what about how it's depicted in media? Do you think media has romanticized toxic forms of love and made them appear kind of good when perhaps they're not?
Well, they make everything look absolutely wonderful, and yeah. I don't watch TV, I'm afraid, and I've watched very few films, so I'm not that clued up on all this. I knew everything prior to the 80s, but yeah, it's all made to look as if it's also absolutely wonderful, and that sex is the most wonderful thing you'll ever do, etc., 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 and I don't think that is true.
The same question to you, Andre. Have we romanticized toxic love in movies and media? Have we, basically put out there that certain types of love are good when in fact they are bad? I mean, do you think this is the case?
Oh, I would agree with Chickpea on this. There's been this sensationalization, sort of glamorization of just the sort of caricature of love, what you see in cartoons, where there's just this love at first sight, and it's always the nice and fairy tale, clean stories. It's never the messy part, the nuance, the uncertainty, and the variety out there. So it's a really vast thing to consider. I think there's some philosophy about there's 6 types of love or something, and they all have fancy names. Like there's the eros or something, the one that is the one in the media, and then there's ones that are about staying together to support someone, and it's a different kind of love, right? Where it's not that sort of steamy, passionate one that's sort of portrayed in the media, but it's more of like we stick together because it's for something good, and they love each other, but not in the kind of way that people imagine when they hear love.
Yeah,
So
that's a very good point. I suppose it's down to the fact that sex sells, and what stimulates our fancy is what they generally utilize in media to make us attracted to storylines or to advertising, etc., etc. That they're kind of pulling on our heartstrings, or dare I say it, pulling on our genitals. And that's probably what's the problem is. It's that it is marketing at the end of the day. It's going for the lowest common denominator that will pull in the most people, and unfortunately, that is sex, and easy sex at that.
yeah, they're selling entertainment product, not reality.
Right. Okay. Seb, have you got anything to say on this matter of how we have, or as basically God Almighty likes to point out, it should be, have they romanticized toxic love in movies and media? Because, yeah, you're right, I don't make movies. But I suppose you could say I'm involved in the media because I have a little YouTube channel here. Yeah, but at least I'm not paid media. So I suppose I've got that much going for me. But yeah, the point is, Seb, have we romanticized toxic love in movies, in media? in our modern day culture, and what's that doing to us?
Modernized, toxic. Yeah. So with movies, I have to try to find an example of movies with some sort of toxic love. Like so there is a few movies with love in them I can remember. Like Titanic, was there any toxic love there I can point to? Uh, I don't remember there being much toxic love. Yeah, would I know about the movies? I don't watch love movies.
Okay, basically, God Almighty says the Notebook. Can you let us know why the Notebook is toxic? Basically, God Almighty, in your view. But that's okay, as Seb. If you haven't got an opinion on it, or you don't know if it's clearly demonstrated in the media, then that's absolutely fine. I mean, of course, opinions on you.
Yeah, I don't
So
go to. I don't leave. I don't read love articles. That's not the type of stuff I read.
I suppose
I
here's a
don't.
good question for you, Seb. You said you've never experienced love before. In your opinion, then, what's worse, never finding love in your life or losing the greatest love of your life? And I know you said you've never been in love, but still, if you could try and answer the question, that would be great.
Uh, I guess. Yeah, it would be to. No, I guess in theory, I guess it could. It, I guess in theory, I guess the latter could work. Like if one died of a heart attack 3 days after breaking up, and one ended up not enduring that much pain, then maybe in theory, like maybe one could be better off. But in practice, that's sort of love stuff just doesn't end well, and that's something that one shouldn't mess with that sort of stuff anyway. A lot of people, they become like suicidal from the whole love thing, and they desensitize their receptors. They do damage to their brains by doing the whole love thing. It's not good at all.
Okay, we'll go to Chickpea next. Chickpea, what's worse, never finding love at all and perhaps wanting to, okay, or losing the greatest love of your life? What do you think is worse?
Never finding it. I mean, like I said, I feel very, very sad about the fact I never did manage to achieve a proper relationship. And I feel very sad about it. In fact, it's my life's biggest failure. I know it sounds crazy, bearing in mind what I said about hysterectomies, but when I see a happily married couple, they do exist. I envy them. I really envy them. And I feel very sad that I never ever managed to find a man I could just fall in love with and respect and be happy with. I do feel sad about it. But of course, being a vegan doesn't help because men are very thin on the ground. But I feel very sad about it actually, and yeah, it's my. I wish I could have found it.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Andre, you're next. What about you? What's worse, in your view? Somebody never finding love despite wanting to, or somebody losing the greatest love of their life?
Well, depends. I think it's from the perspective of which time is their observer in, right? Because in a way, losing the greatest love of one's life is worse because that leaves a void, maybe even greater than someone can even have imagined when they were in their quest for love, right? But at the same time, during that relationship, when that lover was still there, that's the best outcome from the perspective of that observer while they're together. So if you zoom out and look at the whole timeline, there's no answer. But I think that before the loss, never having found the love is worse, but then after the loss, having that reality is the worst.
Well, I think that's very well answered. And Hamala, you can come on here and talk to me if you want to. She says the chances you haven't found your true personal love. I like to think I have. So Pamela, thank you for that. JE, you're here. You're back. It's good to have you back. What's worse, never finding love or losing the greatest love of your life, JE? What do you think?
I
And you
would
are
say it's
muted at the moment.
I would say it's probably losing the greatest love of your life, because I feel like it would be more devastating to lose something so amazing and wonderful as being loved by someone. Um, it's devastating. I mean, you hear about it from real life um people who say that who you hear stories of how they never recover from being heartbroken, or their spouse or partner leaving them or dying or whatever. So I would definitely say it's worse to lose the greatest love of your life than to never find it, because if you never find it, then know um you wouldn't know how amazing it is, and then how devastating it is to lose it.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll move on, I suppose, to another question. So the question is, and I'm going to give this question to, first of all, we'll go around in clockwise direction. Chickpea, is the fear of abandonment what keeps most relationships alive, and not actually love? So fear of being alone, fear of abandonment. Because you said before, you wonder what people are often together for. Do you think perhaps it's a fear of abandonment that keeps most relationships alive, not love? What do you think? Is it because people are afraid of being alone?
Yeah, yeah, I do. And you know what I don't understand is all these women that stay with men who beat them up. If a man hit me, I'd be gone the same day. I don't know what's going on there. It's a mystery to me. Because it's something, yeah. I mean, quite most married people I know aren't too happy about the situation they're in, but they stay for all manner of reasons.
Okay, thank
Something
you
I
for
would never
that.
do.
Okay, Andre, you're muted, but please unmute yourself and answer this question. Is the fear of abandonment what keeps most relationships alive and not love? So people's just inability to be alone or to face being alone. Do you think that's a major factor in what keeps most relationships alive? And is that a bad thing?
I think it's a combination. In some relationships, I bet abandonment is the predominant stay factor, but in others, it's not needed because there is such a strong bond. Some people can find themselves infatuated with each other, or maybe having a more well-rounded sense of love for decades and decades and decades, right? And it's not abandonment that keeps them together, but interest in each other that persists throughout the time, right? So my answer is no. I don't think it keeps most relationships alive, but I'm sure it keeps a proportion of them alive, or is one of the factors that weighs on that balance. A lot of the
Okay.
time, it's waiting for something better to come along. Sometimes in those situations where people might cohabitate for a long, 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 long time, and no one makes a move to engage because they're kind of secretly hoping that someone better might come along, right? But they don't want to be alone for now, kind of thing, right?
And
So,
what do you think of that as a modus operandi? Do you think that's immoral?
I think it causes pain, and in that way, it's not effective, right? Be honest with your partner. Just tell them what you're feeling. If don't keep someone around just because you'd rather be alone than have them in your life, right? That's not a good, I'd rather that someone was honest with me and just told me the truth rather than pretended something. That'll only leave more pain in the end.
Well said. Well said. Very wise. Seb, what about you, brother? What do you think? Is the fear of abandonment, the fear of being alone, what keeps most relationships alive and not actually love?
Fear. I think that always plays a role. I think because there's the motivation for pleasure, which is like the main motivation in most cases, and especially in newfound love, right, where people stay together. Uh, yeah, one isn't it for like nothing. One isn't in it for like breadcrumbs. People are greedy and they want stuff, and if the thing, like if they lose the thing, then yeah, they lose it. They lose a source of the drug. So I think that plays a big role in it, but I think there is also other factors involved too.
Very well said, Mr. Seb. Okay, and JE, what about you? Is the fear of abandonment what keeps most relationships alive and not actually love? It's just people's inability or dislike of being alone.
Yeah, I would say that yeah, most people are too afraid to face themselves and face being alone, especially because of the social conditioning of people being conditioned to believe that they need to have a partner and be in a relationship or else like something's wrong with them. Like something's wrong with you for wanting to be single if someone wants to be single. So most people feel because of that their social conditioning that they have to stay in a relationship even if it's not a good one because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what's expected of you because that's what most other people do. So as Chickpea said, like there's a lot of people who stay in unhappy relationships and marriages and whatnot, just for the sake of keeping up appearances, when it's ultimately harmful for both them and their partner.
Right, right, right. Very well answered. Thank you for that, JE. Um, what about this question then? Does love always involve a power struggle? I mean, I've been told that before that, you know, you know, with you two, it's always about power, who has the upper hand in any one moment. I mean, that's something that is said about relationships sometimes. It's like this weird, innate, egotistical battle to some degree, that emanates in certain individuals to have the upper hand, to have power over the other person. I mean, that doesn't sound like a good thing, but is it always the case? Is it the case a lot of the time that love does involve a power struggle, even when we don't admit it? What do you think, Chickpea?
I like a man who I perceive to be better than me and I can look up to. He's more clever than me, and yeah. So yes, they have the power. I don't want the power. When I'm in relationships with men, I become very feminine. So men, I like a man with power.
Okay. And Andre, what about you? What do you think? Does love always involve a power struggle, even when we don't admit it?
I think if people are vying for power, it's not a good sign in a relationship. So I don't see any problem with what Chickpea's saying. I don't think that's a power struggle. I think that people might find that they're more comfortable in a certain role. Um, I mean, I don't think that there's such a power asymmetry that it causes a problem. But when you mean a struggle, it sounds like there's some adverse interest, right? I mean, there can always be a little bit of some playful things going on, right? Some trying to be better and push each other for to improve themselves, and that can create a healthy animated style to the relationship, but the power struggle doesn't have a good connotation. It sounds like they're trying to fight against each other as if they're not on the same side.
Okay, that's a very well thought out answer there, Andre. Thank you very much. We'll go to Jay now. Jay, what do you think of the answer to this question is, in your view? Does love always involve a power struggle, even when we don't admit it?
Well, I mean, maybe on a, I guess so. I guess maybe on a subconscious level, I guess, because of how differently men and women are wired. I guess. Women tend to be more submissive or conditioned to be submissive, and men tend to be more, um, dominant. So
Hmm.
yeah, I, I guess it depends on the relationship, because then there's also relationships where if a woman is more dominant and the man is more submissive. But it can also be other factors too, like who makes more money, who has more resources in the relationship, or more ownership of various things. I guess they would probably have more power. So um yeah, I guess it depends on how each couple define their relationship. Um, I guess it would depend on if there's a power struggle or not, because like Chickpea said, there are a lot of relationships out there where women they don't mind submitting to a very masculine man, and not fighting for any sort of power. So yeah, it depends on how each couple is.
Okay, Jay, thank you for that. It all depends, and isn't that always the way? Um, so yeah, Seb, what do you think, mate, of the question at hand? Does love always involve a power struggle, even when we don't admit it? Do you think that's possible? I know you said you've never been in love, but from your anthropological studies of others, what do you think is the case? And perhaps you're the best person to ask, because you're coming at this from a purely academic slant, as in you're watching people and you're able to give a free um, expression of what you think is occurring.
Yes, yes, I think so. But then I guess power struggle makes it sound like dramatic, and like there's a lot at stake. But a simple argument could involve like a power struggle. Like if someone like a husband has an argument with a wife, and the wife has a tendency to get very upset, then there's a power in that. There's the threat of heightening the wife's aggression if the man doesn't placate to her demands, right? So it could be as simple as uh, like where to go, or where to eat or something. It could uh, be like, it could be like that. There's also the case that they're giving each other the source of the high, right? And I guess if they don't placate to their demands, then they won't uh, they won't get the high. I guess there's a lot of things to point to. I can list things. Would you like me to list more things?
Of course.
There is um, yeah, I guess a woman um, uh, yeah, so I can give an anecdote actually. Uh, so so in my case, it seems like a women has a high opinion of me, right? But only when they smoke. Right?
Okay.
You don't get the joke.
No, can you say it again? Sorry, I was reading Pamela's message there. Thanks, Pamela. I hope you're well. And Be lucky and look after yourself.
Yeah, women,
go ahead there.
they only have a high opinion of me when they smoke.
Right.
Since high, right?
Okay, I got you. Sorry, yeah, I get it. Well done. Thank you for that. I will, in fact, I'll actually, I do like a little joke now and again. That was a good joke, and seeing as I didn't laugh enough, mainly because of my anhedonia, I'm going to actually instill this virtual laugh for you. Here we go. I meant round of applause for your merrymaking. Okay, now we will go on, I suppose, to the next question. This is a good one. Chickpea, do we seek love to avoid confronting our own emptiness?
Yeah, when we're fertile, yes. That's another thing about the op. Since I had the op, there's no more emptiness. I know that sounds hard to believe, but it's actually true. It's had a very calming effect on me, and it's I don't know.
Basically, for those of you who have just joined, Chickpea has been spayed. Don't mind me calling it that, do you, Chickpea?
No, that's fine. Yes, spayed.
And she's happy about that. She's actually very, very happy about that.
Yeah. Anyway, since I've spayed, that emptiness has gone. That's what I'm saying. It's been a blessing. It really has been, and I wish I could have had it younger because I didn't. There's no emptiness to fill. I don't know why there's. Like I said, we are conditioned to breed to keep our numbers up. Because I truly believe that if the hormones aren't there, I don't think we would breed as humans because it wouldn't happen. So it's all hormonal.
Okay,
in my opinion, speak with someone who's had both. Hormonal.
So basically, Chickpea saying that we're just trying to fill a hole. Sorry to excuse the pun there, Chickpea. You're trying to fill a hole, and it's something that is hormonally imposed on us by biology. Andre, what do you think? Do we seek love to avoid confronting our own emptiness? Is this a bad thing? I mean, just because we do doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, let me know.
Well, I think we just do both. We seek love and we try to avoid emptiness, and sometimes those things can help each other happen. So I don't think they're like exclusive or that one has to be the main motivator of the other. Some people certainly do, right? Maybe some people's main motivation is to avoid being alone with their thoughts or thinking about what they want to accomplish in life or what these things mean. But there could be some people who have so much that they fill their lives with, right? Whether it's art or travels or learning or you name it, right? People have all kinds of other things to fill their lives with. So that's my answer. Sometimes they do avoid loneliness and emptiness, but sometimes there's plenty to go around in their life besides.
Yeah. Okay, very good answer. Thank you for that. And very well spoken, by the way. Seb, I think you're next. What do you think? Is love just a case of filling a hole?
Is love just a case of filling a hole?
Not being able to face the emptiness
that everything's the case of like filling a hole, but I feel like that's like an overly like pessimistic way to put it, since I do find I don't find value in being overly pessimistic in things, but the only exception is if it's like useful, right? One can say that about everything. Everything is about trying to get rid of boredom or any sort of pain, right? But
I guess in this life, one's got to have cognition. One has to have a lot of grit. One has to have one's shit together to be of value to others and to receive value. So if one succumbs to some sort of pessimistic thought like that, then it's no good.
Wow, that was very motivating and inspiring there, Seb. Interesting to hear you rebel against nihilism and pessimism. Wow, very interesting, actually. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
J.E., what do you think, brother? Do you think we seek love as a mere way of confronting our own inner emptiness? And is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I think that just about all of us are born with an in an ingrained sense of emptiness. I feel like, and so we do things to fill the void. Like Peter Vesselzappa said, one of those things is through I forget the terms, but I feel like if love falls into one of those categories, like chasing after love, that's a way to deal with the existential void we naturally have as humans. So yeah, I believe that it is a way of us confronting our own emptiness and the dealing with the absurdity of life and the meaninglessness of the universe. It's to distract ourselves from that by seeking out love and
Right.
fulfillment in a relationship.
Interesting.
I think it's called sublimation, right? I think it's called sublimation
Yep,
or
that's
something.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
I would agree with you, but I think it's almost different because it's not ideological. I think it's got biological root in terms of love. It's a hormonal
Yeah.
more than ideologically. But the next question, then, I know we kind of went into this already, Chickpea, but for the new listeners and maybe in greater detail, do you think we unconsciously, choose partners who mirror our childhood wounds? That's for you, Chickpea.
I don't know. Like I said, I honestly don't know.
What about
I really don't know. Huh?
What about your ex-husband? Did you choose him
Oh
subconsciously?
no, I go for men that are totally opposite of my father's. Both my fathers. My mother was this silly squaddy and a cook in the Dutch Navy, whereas I was looking for barristers and solicitors and stuff with no uniforms. So I went the total opposite to what my fathers were. I come from a very, very working class background. I went, I dated upper middle class men. It's not because I was looking for money or anything, it was just what I wanted.
And I
go for brains.
How did that go for you? What was the difference, would you say? What did you learn?
Well, I go for brains in men, and I go for brains basically. I like a guy that I can listen to, and yes, it's a bit snobby of me, isn't it? But
whatever floats your boat.
So, it's they were there. I used to work for them. I used to work in law, and so they were just sort of there. So that's what I did. But they were nothing like my father's. Nothing, a million miles away from my natural background.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on then to Andre. Do we unconsciously choose partners who mirror our childhood wounds? What do you think? You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Wow. I can understand why that might be a factor for some people subconsciously. I think we are drawn to people who soothe us. And if someone's presence feels healing or it somehow contrasts what was uncomfortable psychologically, then I'm sure people gravitate toward that, right? Whether they realize that or not. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that insightful remark. Seb, what do you think, mate? Do you think we unconsciously or other people unconsciously choose partners who mirror childhood wounds? What do you think?
I think um, to me, yeah, I guess the way the I guess it can be so. I guess I don't have any. Can I just think about it for a moment?
You can indeed, and while you're thinking about it, please, Jay, can you answer the question, and we'll come back to Zeb at the end of this round.
Yeah, yeah, I would say that, uh, yeah, man, in many ways we sometimes do because, like for example, if someone is very, um, what is it? I forget the attachment style, but I think it's anxious, um, anxious attached. Like they will tend to be very, very clingy because they were maybe neglected as a child and they didn't get a lot of love and attention, and so they would tend to be very clingy towards their partner without realizing how clingy they're being. And or on the other hand, like if they struggle a lot with um opening up to people, I mean, I guess also because of neglect. Maybe they dealt with neglect in a different way, which was to self isolate. So maybe if they were to get into a relationship, they would they would uh they would tend to maybe not be as open and as trusting of their partner as they should be because they're not accustomed to someone showing them um proper like care and attention and whatnot. And so yeah, I feel like if our childhood wounds do shape who we seek out in a partner. Or like for example, you see this like with what Chickpea she's mentioned a few times already, which is women staying with men who are abusive to them. Like if a woman grew up in an abusive household, she would probably think, or I guess I should say, she would equate like love to with abuse, and so she would seek out men who are physically abusive to her and uh, deem that to be love because that's the closest thing to love she knew growing up. So yeah, I do believe that there are unconscious factors that do drive who people seek out in a relationship.
Okay, thank you for that, J.E. Well answered as usual. And we have Pamela in the house. Pamela, great to see you here again. Pamela, what is love?
No, you just saw that because I shot the thingy off. Don't
You,
encourage
you
me
stole my
because
song.
you're just going to pick on
I
me
lost you
later
there.
and go, oh, we're going to have to take you off. No, no.
No, I'm not going to. I'm
How are you
asking
doing,
you,
though?
what is
How
love?
are you doing, my lovely?
Baby, don't hurt
How
me.
are you?
I'm good.
How are
I'm good.
you?
I'm good, darling.
No,
I'm very
literally.
well, thank you for asking. I'm good,
All
sweetheart.
right.
You?
We're still. Yeah. Under.
You?
Yeah.
Wow, fabulous.
How are you
So,
though? No, you're
um,
not doing what I do. I just mind my own business, and you literally help a lot of people. Well,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but it
you
is
wouldn't be
all it
doing
is.
it if you didn't think that, would you?
We try,
You
yeah,
wouldn't
but
be doing
you
that
don't know
if
what
you did
you don't
not think
actually
that.
know what you're doing, do you? You don't know what you're doing in this world. You just hope things will help.
I
But
think you're doing something good though. That's so cute.
well, I'm glad you think so. I'm glad somebody thinks so. Pamela,
I said
what
that to
is
you ages ago.
well, I appreciate it. By the way, you sound remarkably well. It's good to hear you talking so lucidly. Thank you for that, for yourself and for me and for everybody listening. Congratulations. You're a very smart woman, so it's good to hear you loudly and clearly. So tell me, what
It
is
sounded like you
love?
said it so quick that I couldn't put a point in there.
Well, I want to get to this pertinent question because we're trying to keep things on topic here, and we don't want it derailed. You know what I mean? So,
Is this
what
actually
is?
live? Is it live
Yeah, it
now?
is live.
Oh my
What
god.
is love, Pamela?
Oh,
What is love? What is love?
yeah,
Come on,
damn.
you can answer.
No,
What is love?
live.
What is
No, I
love?
don't. Oh, the love bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got love for you guys. You know. Oh, mate. All
Okay, so
right.
what is
You
love
keep
in your view? It doesn't
talking.
matter who
You
you
do
got the
your
love
thing.
for. It doesn't matter who you got the love for. It doesn't matter who you got the love for. I'm merely asking you, what is love?
I think it's when it's willing you to, you know, when you're going through a dynamic where it's more than you can, if you're willing to give more than you can support yourself, then that is love. But it doesn't mean it's going to work well. Obviously, it's going to go, but
Wow,
there is
that's an
that.
interesting one. I like that. So basically, Pamela's view is love is willing to give more than you receive. Actually being willing
No,
to give
it's
more
not.
than you
It's
receive.
not. No, I didn't say receive.
No?
It's more than what you can give. No, it's not
Give
just.
more than
I'm not
what you can
looking
give.
for. I don't want anyone to give me that. Nah.
Pamela, are you saying love is giving more than you can give?
Is this recorded? Because if you can rewind it again, then you'll get a gist of what I was saying. It
It
wasn't
is
that.
recorded, yeah.
Yeah. Or
Okay,
you'll
well,
get a
listen,
gist.
Pamela, the question before us is this. Do we unconsciously choose partners who mirror our childhood wounds, perhaps, or what happened to us in childhood? I'm sorry if this makes
Well,
anybody
yeah.
uncomfortable, by the way.
Yeah, it is very uncomfortable to be fair, but it's true.
You
Yes.
think it's true? Okay. Would you like to talk about that any
No.
further, or we move on? Move on. No problemo. Okay, now the next question, Pamela, I'll mute you for a second. Back in your box, my dear. Not because I don't love you as a person. It's just because everybody gets a chance here. You know that. So the next question is: do we love others, or just the version of them that serves us best? Now that sounds a very cynical way of looking at it, but are we in love with the person or just the version of them that serves us best? And there is something about that, isn't there? Because when you love someone, are you actually loving what they're doing for you? Or are you loving them in and of themselves? And it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, honestly, I think it's what they're doing for you ultimately at the beginning, and then you could argue, well, when they get old and diddery and they can't do anything for you, you're still loving them because of what they're doing for you, because you feel this emotional attachment to them, and it feels good for you to look after them because it ticks a box in your heart and mind that makes you feel good somehow. So I would say it is about what they do for you, rather them being anything in and of themselves without you. But anyway, Chickpea, I'll ask you that question: do we love others, or just the version of them that serves us best?
I don't know. I'm afraid when it comes, I'm not that au fait on love actually. Like I said,
Well,
I
you've done
never
a good.
found it.
You tried your best tonight. You've been a bit of an expert.
No, I have not. It's something I never really found. Like I said to you, I never really found it.
Okay. Hello, Capricornio, who's making some interesting comments in the chat. Lovely to have you here. No problem then, Chippy. We'll move on to Andre. Andre, do we love others or just a version of them that serves us best?
Well, the answer depends on how much our vision of someone is true to their reality.
Wow, that's
People have
deep. Very, very good.
People have a surprising ability to lie to themselves, to tell themselves
Absolutely.
what they want to hear. And it might not be self-serving in a selfish way, but in a pain-avoiding way, right? Because you don't want to believe that the person who you think you love is not what they seem or not what you've invested in. I can say from personal experience that it's really an uncomfortable situation. It's a heartbreaking situation when you fall in love with an idea of someone and then you later realize that you're wrong. So is that loving someone in a way that serves oneself, or loving the image that serves you? Well, sometimes you can't be blamed. Sometimes you really couldn't have been expected to know. But maybe if there are warning signs, warning shots, you might miss those cues because you've bought in to this idea of someone whom you can trust. So it's a pain avoidance thing, or it could be something that is a vision that serves someone, or it could just be because they don't have enough information, right? It takes years to get to know someone, and sometimes you never really know them. Everyone has a backstage.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree. Seb, what about you then? Do we love others or just the version of them that serves us best?
Yeah, I like the thing that was said too about like the biases that can shape the whole thing. After all, confirmation bias is something that plays a role in like everybody's thinking, and it's one of the easiest ways to find proofs and arguments for what one believes in. So that plays a part of it too. Something else I'd like to add about it is that when one socializes, or when everyone does things for other, I believe one is always putting on an act. One is always trying to put on a performance. After all, even if one doesn't realize it, one is trying to mold oneself into a certain way. There is always the element of manipulation that's involved, even though it can be benign. And if one didn't put in an effort after all, it would be hard to receive love, right? So one could say that the version one puts on the persona is the thing that that is loved. But as you mentioned, when an attachment has been made, and even if the person has been altered or the person acts differently, they could still receive love for the performance they did in the past.
Wow, that was a really great response there, Seb. I'm going to have to give you a round of applause for that one. Thank you. Yeah,
Next
so
time, can I have a Colosseum that gives an applause?
yeah. So we've got Jay in the house next. Jay, what do you think? Do we love others or do we just love the version of them that serves us best?
Yeah, well, I think everyone else basically summed up what I believe as well. Which is that we I think it was Andre who said that we never really know someone until after years of getting to know them. So, based on the little information we have, um, when we now meet them, we tend to construct a story of how we think they're gonna be, or how we believe they're gonna treat us. One day we get into a relationship with them, and so in a lot of cases, there's a lot of people lying to themselves about how they think the person is gonna be and how the person is gonna treat them and whatnot. And it's only until you know uh, a while into the relationship when they get to know a bit more about them that they realize that this that person isn't who they can who who they had, the person didn't live up to the contract of them that they had in their head. And so yeah, I think it is based on, you know, what we what we believe that person can do for us and how they can serve us and make us feel better. And sometimes we're wrong in how we assess, um, you know, if they're gonna serve us best or not.
Fantastic answer. It's D Profits in the house. Unfortunately, he can't pop on here. Hopefully next time. And right, we got oh, Pamela was here, but she's disappeared again, unfortunately for us. Yeah. Okay, that's a pity. Oh, she's back. She's back. She's back. Good to see you, D Profit. Hope you can come on next time. If not now, quickly to say hello. Yeah, I understand, D Profit. Well, I hope that new job's going well for you, mate. Pamela, do we love others or just the version of them that serves us best? That's the question. I'm sorry if it's too cynical.
You didn't need to shout. Would you mind? I'm here. I'm listening. I have nothing to say. I'm just listening. How's about that?
At all. No worries at all. That's fine. Okay.
At the
All right, no
moment,
problem.
it needs to
No
be.
worries. All right. Well, listen, we'll go on to the next question if I can pull one up. Oh, so here we go. Do we secretly, or do some people at least secretly enjoy? Do you think people enjoy the suffering that comes with unrequited love? Have you ever met these people who just can't stop talking about someone that they're not with or they have no hope of being with? What the fuck's going on there? Is it like a sick, masochistic addiction? What the fuck is that? Have you ever seen it? What is it? Chickpea, you're first. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's a horrible feeling, actually, but I don't know. You've lost me this time.
No problem. Andre, what do you think? Are some people just addicted to unrequited love? I mean, is it like a comfort place that they're in? They're lying in the comfort zone. They're afraid to take a risk, so they love someone they can't get, for example, or they're not able to reach someone that doesn't love them.
Well, they might actually like both. I mean, they'd rather have the success with this unrequited love, but they might still indulge in their fantasy regardless, right? You know, they might feel like they can have self-pity or look how hard it is, or oh, look, see how nothing turns out, the world is cruel, look, here's an example kind of mentality where it's like, see, I was right about life sucks kind of thing, right? The pity. So I think people can love both. They can love, you know, the success of, you know, having reciprocated love, but they might also be able to get something psychologically out of the state of being in this woe.
Okay. Thank you for that. As usual, very balanced and thoughtful answer. We'll go on then to Seb. What do you think, Seb? Do some people at least secretly enjoy the suffering that comes with unrequited love? Is it some form of self-torture they're addicted to? Some form of staying in the comfort zone so they at least have an excuse for not being in a relationship or not trying to get a compatible person, for example, in their life?
Yeah, so as a general rule of thumb I like to apply, it is that since the population is so large, are outliers that can do things where one can't really see the clear motivation for it. There are people in this world who comes on streams just to show their knives. I won't say any names, right? But there are people like that, and so of course there could be some people who get some sort of masochistic enjoyment out of it due to the how large the population is, right? So what I think So it could be that yeah, I guess there's a trade-off when it comes to pain. If one pinches one's arm, right, it could take away the stress of something else one had thought about. So this sort of pain could also distract someone of something else that is going on. So it might not be that the suffering uh, of the unrequited love is like gives them directly pleasure, but it could in a lot of ways give them indirect pleasure. But then again, as I said, since the population is so large, there are so many outliers. There are people in this world who after all cries about Pinocchio. There are people in this world who one just cannot predict.
Wow, quite an extensive answer there, Seb. And I do agree. There are definitely people in this world who there's no prediction for. Um, and yeah, I mean, it's a kind of very open and philosophical, nuanced point you've made there. I can't argue with it, mate. Jay, do we secretly enjoy the suffering that comes with unrequited love, or at least do some people secretly enjoy it, find comfort in it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, maybe it is. Oh yeah, maybe it's a sort of trauma response. Like you were asking before, like with love as a way of um, what type of partners we pick as a way of dealing with childhood wounds, and maybe this is a way for someone to deal with a childhood traumatic wound. Is to maybe go after someone that they can't have. Maybe they had a parent who they wished loved them, but always ignored them or neglected them or
Hmm.
didn't care much for them, and so they carry that into adulthood, and they often go after people who are out of their league or who they know they can't be with, thus repeating their childhood trauma. So maybe that's where it comes from. It's a way
Maybe.
of trying to deal with their childhood trauma.
Hmm. Yeah. What about you, Pamela? What do you think? Do some people at least secretly enjoy the suffering that comes with unrequited love? Is there some element of addiction to a level of self-torture, masochism, as they say? Pamela? I think Pamela's fallen asleep, guys. Are you there, Pamela? No word from Pamela.
Yeah, so it was my fault. Actually, my answer bored her. So I'm sorry
No,
about
she just
that.
most. Okay, so she's gone, I think.
No, I
Okay,
was just
I don't know. She's gone, I think. Oh no,
kidding
she's
her.
back. She's back. She's come back again. Hold on a sec.
Hello.
Pamela, are you there? She's
Yeah.
loaded. Hello, Pamela. So, what do you think, Pamela? Are some people addicted to unrequited love and
Is
the
this in
suffering it
regard
brings?
of trying to take the piss? Are we having a good conversation, solid, like we were to school together, same age, or are we trying to have a and see who does the best? Because I want
We're
to see
having a.
how you're doing.
I'm okay, darling. I'm okay, darling. We're not trying to have a
A
conversation.
party. Hopefully, it's not like the police. God damn.
The police.
Yeah.
Why are you
Ooh.
feeling like you're under arrest?
Ooh. Well, if they pop up too often, obviously you're gonna get a bit.
Okay, Pamela. All right. Well, listen, Pamela, if you've got nothing to add at this juncture, we will move on. Thank you for that. So here's a question I think about sometimes. Are we doomed to repeat toxic patterns of love because we crave the chaos they bring? Are some people intrinsically addicted to the chaos? Is that their comfort zone? Do they feel comfortable in that which they know? So do they feel comfortable in a bad relationship, a relationship with someone who is maybe thoughtless, uncaring, unsympathetic, a bit crazy, perhaps in some way that's not exactly the most supportive, but maybe it's addictive. Maybe it's as I said, maybe it's some weird place that the person feels comfortable in because it's all they know. Is this the case? We will go to Chickpea. Is this the case? Have you witnessed it? What do you think, etc.?
I'm just a little old cat lady. I wouldn't know. I honestly don't know. I didn't know love was this complicated.
Neither did I, but it's what comes out of the mind when you start
I
thinking
never
about
thought
it.
love was this complicated. I'd
You
just
think
walk away.
you think it's just wham bam, thank you, ma'am, yeah?
Yes, that was my love life, I'm afraid.
No problem. No problem. No
Well, it was wham bam, thank you, guys. It was me that did it.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry, I've never done this sort of thing. I wouldn't know even.
Are you possibly a female psychopath?
God knows. No, I just walk away from things. If I'm not happy, I just walk off.
Oh.
Yeah, I've always been like that. If I'm not happy, I just walk away. I've been through, got through quite a few. I'm very independent. No, I'm very independent.
Do you think you were more prolific than other women of your age?
I'm very. When I look back on my life, I was always, if a man, I just walk off. Same with jobs. If I'm not happy, I'll just walk off. I'm very much, if I'm not happy in the moment, I will leave.
Do you regret that?
Ultimately, no.
Okay. That's good to know.
I followed my heart. I've always just followed. Sorry?
Good on you, I said.
Yeah, I've always followed my heart. My heart says I don't like it here, I don't like this, that and the other. I just walk off. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Lovely jubbly.
What I do. Huh?
Lovely jubbly, I said.
I love cats anyway. Cats are far better. How many cats have you got?
I haven't got a cat actually. I've got a dog, but I do like cats as well.
Yeah, I'm here with all 7 of them.
Wow, 7.
Yes.
Okay, you have to show us one day.
They are gorgeous. Well, Chickpea's there.
Yeah, we can see Chickpea. We'll have to see
she was a doll. Most gorgeous doll in the world. You know what? We were together for 20 years. And she clawed her way right into my soul.
Wow.
Yes, she was the love of my life. Huh?
20 years.
20.
That's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. She was around to the litter, but she lived for 20 years, and she was the love of my life.
Very well.
Yes. Yeah, she's a spoiled little thing. Anyway, better get on with your questions.
Yes. Okay, Andre, what do you think? Are we doomed to repeat toxic patterns of love because we crave the chaos they bring? It's our comfort zone, perhaps. It's a bit similar to the previous question, but it's not really, because that was about unrequited love. But this question is about, toxic relationships. Perhaps somebody who's an addict, or someone who cheats on you, someone who treats you like shit, walks all over you, is maybe insulting, doesn't take your needs into consideration, etc., etc. I mean, there's examples of this all around. Do you think some people are just doomed to repeat these patterns in their love life?
I don't think doomed is the right word, because I think that a lot of this behavior can be prevented if people are brought up better by their parents or by their caretakers, because when good examples are set and people are educated about these behaviors, and they practice recognizing these behaviors when they see them happen, that will nip it in the bud. And there might be still some breakthrough instances of toxic patterns, right? There's lots of unpleasant sides of human nature to grapple with there, and a lot of them fuel these toxic patterns, but I do think that it can be at least mitigated. So not doomed. I wouldn't say it in that pessimistic frame.
Okay, thank you for that. Seb, what do you think? Are people doomed to repeat the patterns of love that are toxic because of it's what they're used to. It's what they crave. They crave it because they're addicted to the chaos. It's their place, their comfort zone.
I think in many cases, yes. Something that has to be accounted for is the
Mm,
fact that people go out of their way to partake in stressful activities that gives them an adrenaline rush. All those
mm,
people that choose to become fighters, and also all those people that choose to become rock climbers, for instance, they're doing it for some sort of adrenaline rush. So it could be the case. Yeah, it's people partake in these toxic behaviors due to the, I guess, adrenaline rush. They'd like to get out of it. So that is one of the points. On the other hand, it's also the case that people have all sorts
That's
of
true.
things they like.
Because it's not harmful
Sometimes
when
they
they
might
stay there.
be into someone who is toxic. After all, are a lot of anomalies in the world. There are people with all sorts of weird desires that can be hard to predict. One might have thought, due to one's large experience when interacting with people in life, that one has figured people out, but then comes the anomalies. There's also something that also should be taken into consideration is the high rate of schizophrenia in the world that could also impact this. Also, mental health problems people have would affect something like this. But lastly, to say if they're doomed, I'd say either yes or no. If it's predetermined, then they would either be doomed or not.
yes, yes. Very very well said. Even if it is a bleak summary of what you feel is the truth. I mean, if it is all determined, it is what it is, as they say, Mr. Seb, and we can only hope it works out for the best. Oh, but Je, what do you think? Are we or are people doomed to repeat toxic patterns of love because they crave the chaos they bring? They crave the very thing that is bad for them. They crave to experience that as some weird, even fetish, perhaps. I don't know what the correct word is, but it's certainly bizarre how people seem to get wrapped up in a similar relationship pattern, isn't it? Again and again, even if it is malignantly bad for them.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with what everyone else has said. That we as humans, we always go with what's familiar to us. Like I said, with someone
Mm,
maybe having childhood trauma and how that relates
mm,
to them, indulging in unrequited love. I think it's the same. It's the same thing. Like with young people going after partners who don't treat them well, because that's all they know, or people going after people themselves acting toxically, or repeating certain patterns like being too clingy to their partner, because
mm.
that's all
Okay,
they know.
Jay.
So yeah,
Yeah, it's their comfort zone. It's their path of least resistance. It's the place you can go
right,
to
yeah,
because without having to think too much. It's
yeah,
what their neural pathways direct them towards.
yeah. So
You
I
know.
guess they had no choice in the matter. Yeah.
Mm. Okay, Pamela, would you care to indulge us with your opinion in this matter? On this matter, sorry. Is Pamela there? One more time. Is Pamela there? Pamela's not there, so I'm going to have to mute her again. And we'll go on to the next question, which is, can we truly love someone if we don't first love the darkness within ourselves? I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, we've all got like parts of us that perhaps we don't like. Maybe, for example, we don't like our maybe at times selfish attitude, or we don't like our laziness, or we don't like our thoughtlessness in some regard, or we don't like some element of our mood, our mood, or even perhaps our history. Things we've done. Do you think we have to make peace with who we are and love ourselves, even the darkness within ourselves, before we can truly love someone else? That question is, first of all, for Chickpea, who already says she didn't think love is that complicated. It's just a case of wham bam, in it goes and out it comes. But Chickpea, would you care to, maybe indulge us with a little bit of a deeper sentiment on the matter?
Oh gosh. Well, apparently you cannot love another till you've learned to love yourself. Now, I was told that by a psychiatrist. Because I told you
What does that mean? What does it mean?
You cannot love another till you've learned to love yourself.
Yeah. What does she mean? She told you that.
Well, until you love yourself, you cannot love another by definition. I don't. Friendly always, I've always just accepted that you can't love another till you've learned to love yourself. Interesting. Okay. But waste time. I'm not very clued up on love. I'm not actually. I just love 7 cats and a load of sparrows. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, no problem. We'll move on then. We're moving on, Chickpea, to Andre. Andre, what do you think? Can we truly love someone if we don't first love the darkness within ourselves? Those things we're not proud of. Those things that perhaps we could do better. The bad character traits, our flaws. Do you think we can truly love someone if we don't love ourselves as a whole? What do you think?
I'll say that I think this will be my simplest answer yet for this evening. I think it's absolutely possible. Someone could have all kinds of inadequacies or self-confidence issues that they have not resolved, but then just still be enraptured and indulging in some infatuation with someone else, right? Someone could be totally head over heels for someone, but have all kinds of stuff that they have to work out, lots of baggage or things that they might totally succeed in dealing with, managing and working through and reflecting on.
Absolutely.
But they just might not have done it yet. So you can be in your own boat that has some water breaching in it, but then look up to someone else in their boat and be in love with them. Absolutely.
Fantastic answer. And I think it chimes well with what Divine Hazel has just added here. She just commented, sometimes when you meet someone, they can assist you to get to heal your inner self. That is a blessing. So yeah, well. And yeah, we'll move on now to Mr. Seb, I believe. Mr. Seb, what do you think? Can we truly love someone if we don't first love the darkness within ourselves, the flaws within ourselves, the inadequacies of ourselves? Can you actually love someone if you don't first accept and love those parts of your own self?
Yes. I don't buy into the phrase that's often said by like psychiatrists. If a psychiatrist says something, then that's actually proof that it's false. 100.
So you're kind of anti-psychiatry, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
First of all, I guess one is one's inner critic. Whenever one does something bad, one tends to use derogatory language directed towards oneself that one wouldn't use for other people. People tend to be nicer to others than to oneself, which makes me wonder how much people self-loathe actually. And if yeah. So if yeah, so one could love others, even if one doesn't like their own darkness. That's within ourselves. It might be the case that they don't have the darkness themselves, and the darkness within oneself can actually. I guess if one finds faults within oneself that can turn into and be alchemized in not I shouldn't say alchemized. That was meant as a metaphor word, but that can turn into cynicism. If one has strong values and has a strong set of morals to act on, then if other people don't do that, then one can be cynical to them, which happens like all the time. So I'd say that I guess one can love people even if one doesn't accept the darkness within ourselves.
Okay, Seb, fantastic answer. And Jay, what do you think, brother? Can we truly love someone if we don't first love the darkness within ourselves?
Yeah, yeah. You have to accept the you know the flaws that you have within yourself and love yourself fully, or else you're always going to be at the mercy of depending on someone else's external validation. And so yeah, you have to accept who you are fully first before you can, even lend yourself to being in a relationship, because a relationship requires full, attention and um, sacrifice and involvement on each party's behalf. And so if you're not fully if you haven't fully quite loved yourself and accepted yourself for who you are, well, then it's going to be a disaster.
Okay, brother. Very well put. And Pamela, if you're there and you care to talk about this question, please do answer. Can we truly love someone if we don't first love the darkness within ourselves? And Pamela's just left the building. That's fine. Well, thank you for joining us, Pamela. Lovely to have you with us. Guys, I think we'll wrap it up here. I could ask more, but I think we'll leave it with this one. We'll go around the houses again, starting with Chickpea. So, yeah, as we wrap up, here's a thought to leave everybody with. Is it possible to truly love without losing a part of yourself in the process? Now, this could be love in any form you want. So, love for your animals, Chickpea, love for your family, love for your friends, love for your lover, uh, love for just a human being, or love for just yourself. No, not for yourself, because that wouldn't be applicable here. But yeah, so love for another being. So yeah, is it possible to truly love without losing a part of yourself in the process? And or is this a necessary and worthwhile loss? What do you think, Chickpea?
Can I just say thank you to Divine Hazel for the lovely comment? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's
Hazel,
fine.
thank you. It's very sweet of you to say that. Yeah. Well, I'm a cat lady. I love my cats, but like I said in that comment to you last week you did respond to, yeah, I better not say anything actually. Lose myself. No, I do what I want. I always put my own thingies first. Unless
Okay,
it's a cat
Chickpea, well,
one.
look, Chickpea, I want to thank you for joining us again today, and I hope that this is your first time being able to talk, isn't it? So thank you for that.
Yes. Anyway, I thought we were supposed to be talking about this horrible god of ours and things. This
Well,
asshole that.
we generally we could talk about that another day. There's always time to talk about.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll let you
So
go then.
this
Chickpea, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Chickpea.
Well, thanks, all right.
Andre, so Andre, as we wrap up here then, in closing remarks, Can you answer the question? Is it possible to truly love without losing a part of yourself in the process? Or is this a very necessary and worthwhile part of you to lose?
Well, I think that the second question need not be answered if I say that you absolutely don't need to lose any part of yourself, even if your love is a big part of your life, right? You can totally be in harmony with yourself when you realize that someone adds a lot of value to your life and you add just as much as you can, and there's give and take, right? When there's reciprocation and it's healthy and you recognize that, you know, you look up to each other and encourage each other to do good, right? So
Hmm.
it doesn't have to be a loss. I mean, yeah, maybe there's a loss of time and energy because we give when we're in such a relationship, but it's not like a loss of yourself, like a, you know, there's a sacrifice, but it's not like you're losing a piece of your personality.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Andre, for answering so well and for your participation this evening. You're really good and erudite and able to answer the questions on a very deep and philosophical level that I appreciate. So I hope that we see you again soon. Okay, brother?
Thanks. Yes, it's been a pleasure to be on here. I've been lingering in the comments a few times, if you remember,
Well,
back since
I'm glad
episode.
that you finally joined us.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to future conversations. I'm going to sign off.
Absolutely wonderful.
Good
Chat
night.
soon, brother. Sweet
Bye.
dreams. And Seb, what about you, brother? What do you think? Is it possible to truly love without losing a part of yourself in the process? Or is it a very
Uh,
necessary and worthwhile loss?
I think it's impossible to not lose a part of oneself in the process. A lot of
Mm.
people don't know it, but synaptic pruning can occur well into adulthood, and like
Wow.
unnecessary connections can get pruned when one is in the relationship, and one's neural networks will change and alter, which means yeah, one gains experiences, but there's also the, I guess, the horrors of synaptic pruning. I guess the philosophy you've coined that could be thought about regarding
Absolutely.
this. And
Yeah. So one must be very careful then with the love life that one chooses.
yes, I guess one could also, I guess if I can go on a tangent, one can also say that this synaptic pruning uh, can be the reason why people fall apart from each other. But then to answer the second question, or is it a necessary and worthwhile loss? I guess it depends on the circumstances, how the neuroplasticity unfolded. But but one can also think about things that isn't related to the neuroplasticity too, or but it invariably is related to the neuroplasticity.
Wonderfully put, Seb. Thank you very much again for being such a part of the furniture here. We really appreciate you, brother. And
Uh,
I'm glad that you were here again this evening. I look forward to you joining again next time. JE, so as we wrap up here, what do you think? Is it possible to truly love without losing a part of yourself in the process, or is this an extremely fundamental and necessary part of what is a worthwhile loss?
That's a tough one. Uh, I don't know. I guess. Um, yeah, maybe it is necessary. You know. Maybe if you're a broken person with a lot of healing to do, you know, maybe it is unnecessary and worthwhile loss to lose that hurt, broken. part of yourself so you can become whole again, through through love. And
I thought you said you missed me.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's, I guess you would end up losing a part of yourself, because as we've talked about before, the self is an ever changing thing. It isn't something that's fixed in time. So I think we would invariably be changed by the person that we're in love with. And we would end up um we would end up losing
That was
pieces
a
of
whole
ourselves through.
blown compliment
1
meant
second, Pamela.
to.
Let him talk. 1 second, Pamela. Sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, we would end up losing parts of ourselves through being with them, and they could even unlock various aspects of ourselves that we didn't know we had. Like maybe they can draw draw out the parts of us that are more creative, or help us achieve our potential and whatnot. So yeah, it can actually be a necessary and worthwhile loss.
Okay.
In that
Thank
it
you for
leads to
that.
something greater. Yeah.
Hopefully so. Fantastic. All right. Well, I'll leave it there, Jay. Thank you so much for joining us. Until next time, you are we're very grateful to have you here, Jay, and we do always enjoy your input. Very, very articulate fellow RJE, and well above his years in terms of wisdom. So yeah, fantastic stuff, Jay. Thank you so much. Have a great night, and sweet dreams. Pamela,
Yeah. Thank you.
final word from the crew from you. And you're unmuted. So Pamela, you're muted
If
at the
you
moment.
were
There
in
you
my
go.
home, I'd give you some rice and peas and chicken with a little bit of all that.
I don't eat chicken, darling, but I have the rice and peas.
Oh, I forgot about that bit. Ooh, I'm so sorry. How disrespectful was
Okay.
that? Like, ooh, I don't
All
really
right.
like me.
So is that
I forgot.
the
Ooh,
last
I
comment
feel
from the
really
crew? Is
bad.
that it? Well, Pamela, it was lovely to have you here. Thank you so much.
No
Pamela, it was
wonder
lovely
we
to have you
wouldn't
with
get
us.
along. That's crazy.
All
Oh, I
right,
feel really
Pamela.
bad.
I'm going to mute you now, darling.
Alright. You just
All right.
like,
Well,
oh my god.
all right, Pamela. Take care, Pamela. Guys, everybody here, thank you so much for joining us on what was an epic crusade through love, and what it is. I mean, where did we get to? It's a very, very dangerous game. You must be very careful. You must try and be truthful to yourself. Some people think you need to love yourself before you choose others. But I would say at least be gentle on yourself. You don't need to love the bad parts of yourself. It's good to work on yourself always, whether you're with someone or not. Don't be too beholden to another so that their negative parts cause you harm. Try to bring out the best in another person, and in doing so, hopefully the best will shine from you. What else is there to say? Yeah, beware of the synaptic pruning, as Seb calls it. The fact that if you're in a bad relationship, it can shape your mind, your outlook, and make it harder for you to change and experience well-being going forward. So be careful how much shit you take. Be careful how you treat others as well. You are in a very privileged position if you've got someone in your life that cares about you. So don't take it for granted, because before you know it, you might regret not having given them, a hug and letting them know that they mean the world to you. But don't get caught up in romantic love totally. There are other forms of love, as we went into on this show tonight, from friends, family, perhaps, animals as well, and self-love, obviously. So find a way to be okay with sitting alone. Find a way to be okay with walking around by yourself, and find your people, man. Go out there and try and find people who you vibe with. They do exist. I hope there's a few on this channel that get along well, and at least find solace that there are people out there who you can vibe with. So vibe, and be careful. Love yourself, love others, be the light, and bring out the goodness in yourself and others. And that's it. That's all that I can say on the matter. I think I've said enough. It's very late. But anyway, that's it for now. Until next time, turn your notifications on. Like the goddamn video, please, for the algorithm. Share it as well if you can. That would be helpful. Hopefully, we'll get some new people talking, because it's always good to have new perspectives, so we don't get rusty, so we get tested. And it's always good to have your thoughts tested. And I'll leave us with a defeating the demiurge bit of meditative music. Oh, that was a bit shorter than expected. I'll have to play it on the loop. So yeah, take care, everybody. Bye.